Blog Talk Radio.
La zona blanca.
Oh, yeah. All rise. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session.
Where the guilty must be exposed.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Psalm 94.
Mizmor Tzad Dalet.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
El Nekamot Adonai, 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 Adonai.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself.
El Nekamot Hofia, 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 Hofia.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
Hinnaseh Shofet Haaretz, Shofet Haaretz, Shofet Haaretz, Shofet Haaretz.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
Hashev Gemul Al Geim, Al Geim, Al Geim, Al Geim.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the
Ad Matai Reshaim Adonai, 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 Adonai.
how long shall the wicked triumph, 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 triumph?
Ad Matai Reshaim Ya'alozu, 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 Ya'alozu.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
يبيعوا يدبروا عتك 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 عتك.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
يتأمروا كل بوعلي آبن 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 آبن.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Slash, perfect, blessed, Moriah, 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 Moriah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Woe be unto the bloody city that is filled with liars, robbers, and thieves. Woe be unto the bloody city that's filled with liars, robbers, and thieves. Depart from evil and do good. Depart from evil and do good. Yeah. Just look upon the faces of man to see if there was anywhere there. No, not one. No, not one. We all together become foolish and foolish. Didn't accept the wisdom of Jehovah. Depart from evil and depart from evil and whoa, yo, some trust in chariots, some trust in horses, some trust in silver, some trust in gold. I trust in the Most High. I depart from evil and do good. Depart from evil and do good. Yes. Yo. Don't put your trust in medicine. Get the love for humanity. Don't put your trust in medicine. Warrior to the blood it's filled with lions, robbers, and thieves. Woe be unto the blood that's filled with lions, robbers, and thieves. Warrior.
Slash, perfect, blessed, Moraya.
Salamta Beteseb. Greetings and welcome, family, to this special episode of Wisdom Wednesday with the Rastamandem here on Discipleship Radio.
When I say more, you say fire! More fire!
Come on.
The wicked man is getting strong, while our church is just getting weak. But tell me who is gonna lead the way, while our youths them are going astray. We all played a part in this, so why we live in negative? This is not the way we're supposed to live. And we know it's in our sin, brothers as ourselves. Oh yeah, and love our brothers as ourselves. Me say the wicked man is getting strong. As the devil is fasting, while our churches are getting weak. But tell me who is gonna lead the way? As the Qedamawit, while our youths them are going astray. קח את הימים, קח את הלילות, קח את הצרות, קח את המראות, קח את הכאב, קח את השעות, כי כמוני לעולם לא תוכל להיות. קח את החובות, קח את הזכויות, קח את השכונה, קח את הזיכרונות, קח את החוכמה, קח את האמונות, תרצה אולי כמוני עולם לשנות. קח את הניסיון, קח את ההיגיון, קח את הרצון, קח את החזון, קח את הפסון, קח את השיגעון, קח את האל ביד ויש לך המנון. The man is getting strong. As the devil is fasting, while our church is getting weak. But tell me who is gonna lead the way? As the Qedamawit, while our youth them are going astray. We must make up our mind to seek Him in this evil time. Throw away all our ways, keep we are smart, the world is wiser. You could even learn from us. Church, let's humble ourselves. Oh yes, and love our brothers as ourselves. Oh yes, and love our brothers as ourselves. Me say the wicked man is getting strong. As the devil is fasting, while our churches are getting weak. בבתי הכנסת נחלשים. But tell me who is gonna lead the way? אז איך את המצב משנים? while our youths them are going astray. שילדים חיים ונשנים. קח את השטויות, קח את הרצינות, קח את הרוגע, קח את ההסכנות, קח את החברות, קח את הבריאות, קח את האשליה, וקבל את המציאות.
Yes. That was Job Command, Landlord and Job Command right there with Anshe Harasha in English, Wicked Man right there. They're there to complement the evening psalm for the fourth day, Psalm 94. So here, let's ride up.
When I say more, you say fire, more fire.
Jobka Production. What it is? Rise the all nation. Jobka man. Alongside nature man. Be number one. Dance about dance and Kogan. Sister man.
Every time we keep the fire blazing.
Shot men from Babylon.
Every day we burn them fire Babylon.
Sure man.
Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon.
Oh, when me look at me see pagan. Look at the great tribulation. Look at them worship Satan. Me have to call unto the Almighty One. Catch the tongue. Oh, when they look at me see pagan. Look at the great tribulation. Look at them worship Satan. Me have to call unto the Almighty One. Till the tongue tell the Lord. I'm a light and I'm a salvation. In that God me trust, me not fear no man. And just as I decided that fear I stand. And all the wrong are thinking stand. Just come on.
Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon.
Judgment.
Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day
we burn them fire Babylon. Just a man alongside Ninja Man with new collaboration. Number one in a radio station. I don't know that a real foundation. Celebration, boom. But finally them to pull up selector. We didn't come again, that's a lyrical culture. We no like bad man, we burn Babylon. Tell the whole of them a must understand. Yeah, every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Balls, fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon, now with them one not a gut. Balls, fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon, show them love when me say me a go balls. Fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon, now with them one not a gut. Balls, fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon, show them love when me just understand. Burn Babylon, now with them destruction. Burn Babylon with fornication. Burn Babylon, now with them contention. Burn Babylon, now with them confusion. Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Burn Babylon every time we keep the fire blazing. Every day we burn them fire Babylon. Burn Babylon with them foolishness. Burn Babylon with them wrong direction. Burn Babylon with them fornication. Burn Babylon where you worship Satan. Burn Babylon everything. When it comes to fire, no act out ninja man. When it come here, teach a nation. Teach you right and me teach you what's wrong. I got balls, fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon with them one not a grudge. Balls, fire, bad blood. Burn Babylon, show them love. Oi. Where them a see Babylon man take the earth from to me. Yeah, man, with the sound of come from east and west, and with the summer come from north and south.
Yes. Give thanks for the links right there. Got the link from the chat right there. If you're on WhatsApp, let's build and see what's what. But we got like subjects right here to bring forward. But give thanks for the reaching forward right here. And here for the Wednesday podcast, we have a Torah reading and feeding before us. The fifth sabbatical study, the Shabbat Strong, HAILE, Sara, HAILE, the life of Sara. So here we have the third and the fourth Aliyot, Torah portion. This Torah portion reading and feeding, the Aliyah. The Torah reading and feedings are 7 parts of it brought forward on the Sabbath day. So we read and we study an Aliyah day. So here we're at the 4th day of the Shavua, counting from the first day, the Yom HaRishon, which the Gentiles call Sunday. He had the 4th day, the Wednesday, the midway day, and the 7 days right here. So we have the 3rd and the 4th Aliyot. Aliyot, up offerings, the readings right here.
Sabbatical study, this Wombmen of Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong.
Amen. The Lord. Amen.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, Aliyah. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, Aliyah, here for this Shabbat Haye Sara, Sabbath, the life of Sara, Senvet Yesaram Idmei. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis chapter 24. Here at verse 10 for the Shalishi, here for the third Aliyah, the third reading, the third Aliyah, the third up offering, the third Aliyah offering up here for this Shabbat Haye Sara. Wayikach ha-ebeda Sara Geralima mina maleya Adonayo. Waya yeleka wukolot u Adonayo. Di yado wayakama waya yeleka eta erama neharaim illa ir nahora. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he rose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. Waya yikaha ha eveda Sara g'malim mi g'male Adonayo. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, Waya Yelek, and departed, Waya Yelek, with Kola Tuba Donayo Biyado. For all the goods of his master were in his hand, Biyado, Wayakam. And he rose, Wayakam, and he rose, Wayaleka il Erama Naharaim, and went to Mesopotamia, went to Aram Naharaim, Naram of the two rivers, Wayalecha il Erama Naharaim, il Ir Nahor, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the hour of the evening, even the time, the hour that women go out to draw water. And he said, Why Omar Yehovah Elohei Adoni Abraham Hakrena. And he said, Oh, Yahweh, oh, Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni, of my Lord, my Adon, Abraham, I pray thee, send I good speed this day, and shew kindness to Adoni Abraham, to my Adon, to Adoni Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And make it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou that I hast appointed for thy servant Yitzhak, Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou that I hast shewed kindness to Adoni, to my master. And it shall come to pass, and it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife, the Isha of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair, very beautiful to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me make I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, Adoni, drink, my lord. And she hasted and let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied the pitcher into the trough and ran again to the well to draw water and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit, whether Jehovah had made his journey prosperous or not. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace. La da'ata ha hitzaliach Yahweh darko to know whether Yahweh Jehovah had made his journey, his way, his journey prosperous or not. La ta'at, hitzaliahi, owa darko him lo. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, whose daughter art thou, the I? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house, thy father's bait for us, for I and I, to lodge in? And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, who she bare to Nahor. She said moreover to him, we, I and I, have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh and worshipped Jehovah. And here, O Yisrael, Ethiopia, hoi simi, simi, Ethiopia, Shema, Yisrael, here, and here for the Rabi'i, here for the 4th Aliyah, the 4th up offering, 4th reading for this Shabbat, Haye Sara, Sabbath, the life of Sara, here for the Rabi'i, the 4th reading, the 4th up offering, picking up with the first book of Moses, Genesis chapter 24, here at verse 27, for the Revi'i. Vayomer Baruki Oa Elohei Adoni Avraham Asher Lo Azava Chasdo Wa Emito Mei Imadoni Hanokia Ba Derek Na Hani Hoa Beita Hey Adoni. And he said, blessed be Vayomer, and he said, Baruki Hoa, blessed be Jehovah. Baruki Hoa, Elohei Adoni Abraham, the Elohim of my Adoni Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master, Adoni, of his mercy and truth. Baruki Yehovah Elohei Adoni Avraham Asher Lo Azava Chasdo Wa Emito Me Imadoni. I Anoki, being in the way. Anoki Badarek. Yahweh Jehovah led I. Nachani Hoa, Jehovah led I. Nachani Yehovah, Beita Eche Adoni. Jehovah led I to the bait, to the house of my master's brethren. Vayomer Baruki Yehovah Elohei Adoni Abraham Asher Lo Azab Chasdo Va'emito Me'im Adoni Anoki Baderek Nachani Yehovah Beita Eche Adoni. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebecca had a brother, and Shemo, his name was Laban. And Laban ran out to the man, to the well. And it came to pass when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, and when he heard the words of Rebecca, his sister, saying, thus, like this, spake the man to me, that he came to the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, come in, thou the eye blessed of Yahweh of Jehovah. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the bait, the house, and room for the camels. And the man came into the bait, into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meal before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, speak on. And he said, I, Abraham's servant, Yahweh Jehovah, hath blessed Adoni, my master, greatly. And he is become great, and he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men servants and maid servants and camels and asses. And Sara, my master's Isha, Eshet, Oset, bear a son to my master Adoni when she was old, and to him hath he given all that he hath. And Adoni, my master, made I swear, Lemor, saying, thou shalt not take a wife, a Isha, a Eshet, an Oset to my son, to Beni, of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go to my father's bait, my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a Isha, a Eshet, an Oset, to Beni, to my son. And I said to Adoni, my master, peradventure, perhaps the woman, the Isha, will not follow me, will not follow I. And he said to me, he said to Yahweh, Jehovah, before whom I walk, before whom I trod, will send Malako, his angel, with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou I shalt take a Isha, Eshet, Oset, for Beni, for my son of my kindred and of my father's bait, my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this, my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee, what? Thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day to the well and said, Yahweh, Elohe, Adoni Abraham, Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni Abraham, my master, my Lord Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way, which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin, the damsel, cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to I, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy gemalim, thy camels. Let the same be the woman, the Isha, whom Yahweh Jehovah hath appointed out for Adoni's Bane, my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebecca came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water. And I said to her, let me make I drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made her gemalim, the camels, drink also. And I asked her and said, whose daughter art thou? The I? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare to him. And I put earring upon her face and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshiped Yahweh Jehovah and blessed Yahweh Elohe Adoni Abraham, and blessed Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni Abraham, the Elohim of my Lord Abraham, who had led I in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter to Beno, to his son. And now, if y'all will deal kindly and truly with Adoni, with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right or to the left. Then Laban Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from Yahweh, from Jehovah. I and I, can I speak to thee, bad or good? Behold, Rebecca is before thee. Take her and go and let her be thy master's son's Isha, Eshet, Oset, wife, as Jehovah hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Jehovah, bowing himself to the earth, 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 to
Yes. So right here, the third and fourth aliyot. That was Genesis 24, verse 10 to 52. Anyone seeks to make a link, hit me for email. Email the Rastafari Jews, the email right there, a name, maybe a number. If you're on WhatsApp, let it be known. Because then we can kind of link, chop it up a little bit from right there. So, just to move in the timing right here that we have on the air, we have a Torah reading and feeding, the HAILE Sara, the fifth sabbatical study. Here we still have some of the questions, the Q&As from the previous for continuity, for continuity purposes. So we're going to ride up with that. Then we also have today's daily psalm, this Luku Batalawa Psalm 5. So at the fifth Torah reading and feeding, today's daily psalm is Psalm 5. Psalm 5. So let's just hit a little interlude right here so we can get the screen up, grab your pen, your paper, sacred scripture, Bible, bring a willing, attentive heart and mind. Let's chop it up right here for continuity purposes from the Wayera and Yahweh Jehovah appeared, the Hebrew Trinity, the Holy Trinity, HaShalush HaKadosh in the house of Abraham. Stay tuned. Here, the El Shaddai interlude.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Yes. Thank you. To the Rabba. One more little short loop and then here we'll pick up. Yes.
Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions when I needed help. Make myself a man, no man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes. Zion belongs to me. When I needed help, your contribution. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contribution. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contribution. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contribution. Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contribution. Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contribution.
This Discipleship Radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This Discipleship Radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Sara is the law. Down to now. Rastafari is the law. Rastafari is the law. Oh no. Rastafari is the law. Down to now.
First words of this fifth Torah portion, HAILE Sara, the life of Sara. And the life of Sara was 100. Sara. وَيَحْيُوا HAILE Sara مِئَةَ شَنَةٍ وَعَشْرِينَ شَنَةً وَسَبْعَ شَنِينَ شَنَةٍ HAILE Sara. First words of this fifth Torah portion, HAILE Sara, the life of Sara. And the life of Sara was 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sara. وَيَحْيُوا HAILE Sara مِئَةَ شَنَةٍ وَعَشْرِينَ شَنَةً وَسَبْعَ شَنِينَ شَنَةٍ HAILE Sara.
Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. And Sara was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sara.
Hanging on my door. She said she couldn't take anymore. My woman is gone. The woman is gone. My woman is gone. The woman is gone. She had left me a note hanging on my door. She said she couldn't take anymore.
Chapter 23. And Sara was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sara. And Sara died in Qedamawit, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sara and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spake unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sara his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth.
Emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None of ourselves can free our. Have no fear for atomic energy. None of them can stop the plan.
Yes. So right there. Yeah. Look at me. All right. So right there from this Torah reading and feeding. Here we have the life of Sara in the Hebrew Chaye Sara. Now here for continuity purposes, pick up this Q&As. That's the script where we're at right there. Also today's daily psalm. Hopefully we have an opportunity to touch on the Falal, the word for prayer, Hebraically, the word for prayer. What does the word for prayer mean? It's a deeper and a more rooted meaning than, this idea of pray, but that's connected with Psalm 5, the Hay Psalm right there. So here, let us bring up the Q's and A's. So we had left off, where did we leave off? We left off with, I think, the 40th question. 40th question, this is for the fourth sabbatical study. Previous, here we have the Wayera, Genesis chapter 18, Wayera, Yahweh, and he who be appeared as the Shalosh Anashim, the three men. In the translations and among Christianism, they like to say angels. And then they don't really break down what the angels mean. Angel basically is a messenger. We will have opportunity, hopefully, to touch on that again. But here, let's pick up from question 40 again for continuity, right? Why did Lot hesitate when the day of judgment dawned? So picking up from the fourth sabbatical study, Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 19, verses 15 to 16. So here, let's get the script right here, verses 15 to 16, okay? And when the morning or the boker, or actually here we have shachar for morning, right? When the shachar, interesting, the dawning, the shachar. When the dawning, right, arose, the angels here, bringing out the malakim, angels, right? Milakim, kings, malakim, angels or messengers here. To bring this out again, messenger, representative, messenger, quote unquote angels, theophanic angel. But it's from the root, an ancient root, right? The root of this is the idea is to dispatch, like as a deputy, right? Laka. Right, we have laka, even in the good is laka, to sin, right? Laka, right? Here, Strong's definition, the unused shoresh, unused root, the roots right here, Hebrew for Rastafari, roots. Here, the meaning, the Hebrew meaning of what's called angel is messenger, from the root idea to dispatch, like as a deputy, right? As a deputy, right? A messenger. Here it says specifically of God or Elohim, that is called an angel. Or here, this brings out kind of that the Rastafari revelation sense, called, chosen, faithful Rastafari, when we say angel, fire angel, right? Angel, prophet, right? Priest, right? Or teacher, right? So getting a clearer idea, even in the Chazon Yohanan in Revelation, we get that kind of idea right there, the angel of the church of the seven churches, yeah? So here, a prophet or a priest or a teacher, from the Hebraic, the Hebrew perspective of Mala'ak. Now we say Mala'ak is messenger in the Afro-Semitic, right? More of the biblical Hebrew, Mala'ak. To say Malak means he ruled, he became king. He was king, Mala'ak. So there's Mala'ak and there's Malak. So the enunciation, Mala'ak and there's Malak. Malak has to do with king, right? Melech is king, and Malak means to be like coronated or to become king, or he became king, he ruled, right? While Mala'ak, Mala'ak. See, look at this right here. You see, even here, the transliteration helps to bring out the Hebrew original right there. So we have the Meme, Lamed, Aleph, and the Kaf Sofit, or the final Kaf, right? So reading from right hand to left, these letters right here, right? The Meme, the M, the Lamed, the L, the Aleph, the A, and the Kaf Sofit. Sofit means like the end. So it's the Kaf when at the end, right, of a word, right? It's kind of extended, that longer line right there. Now, looking at the transliteration, brings it out pretty good right there. Mal, the meme and the lamed, mal. But then the apostrophe, you see what it has the apostrophe and the A with the, what's that called again? That symbol, circumflex, something like that. That like triangle on top of the A right there. So that there instructs us and tells us, right, from the Hebrew perspective, it's malak. Once you make it malak, now you're going to the verb for rule and to be king. All right, so they're similar. In fact, malakim, right, and malakim, malakim, the angel, and the words for angel and the word for king is very close. So here, and bringing it down right here, where it says messenger specifically of Elohim, God, that is an angel, prophet, priest, teacher. Now, after the colon, you see the colon and the hyphen, the 4 words there, that tells us right there in the Strongs, when we're looking at the King James Version, that shows us how this Hebrew word, mala'ak, has been brought out in translation, for example, as ambassador. So there's certain areas of scripture, King James Version, where it's ambassador actually has the word mala'ak for angel, right? And angel also, as we have it right here, right? And king, right? Also king, mala'ak, as well as messenger. So the key idea right here to get out of the spooky Christianism, counterfeit Christianity, and even some of the counterfeit Judaism, right, is basically to bring in the sense of messenger. Because coming up, there's a Torah reading and feeding with Yaakov, right, with Jacob. And it says Jacob sent messengers. But what's interesting, reading the Hebrew, if you read the Hebrew, you could also say he sent angels. But they didn't translate it like that. But if they kept messenger consistent, we'll get a better idea instead of these spooky counterfeit ideas. So we kind of try to insist that kind of a perspective to it, because then when people start to reason about angels, they think about all the movies and TV shows and ideas they heard about angels, and it just takes you out into nothingness. But here we have the angels in the Hebrew sense of the Malakim. In fact, let's just do this right here. Let's go to the Tanakh for a moment. So it says, Ua kamo ha-shachara Allah. So when the shahar, the dawn, like lifted up, when the dawn ascended, it has a sense of, when the dawn ascended. Ukamo ha-shahar Allah. Why ya itzua ha-malakim. So for angels, ha-malakim. And that's this word right here. Ha, the malakim, the messengers, right? Belot alemor kum, right? To Lot, they said to Lot, kum, rise up, kum, kach, take, eta ishteka, take your ishteka, take your eshet, your isha, your woman, your wife, right? Eta ishteka, we'eta shete, let's take that off, shete, binoteka, and take your 2, shete, your 2, binoteka, binot is daughters, right? From bat, daughter, and binot, daughters, binoteka, ha nima ot, right? Pen, Tia sa fe ba aon ha ir. Here. So here, just these two verses here for the continuity. So when the morning arose, then ha malakim, right, they hastened Lot, saying, arise, kum, kach, take ishteka, your Isha, your wife, and Shetei benoteka, and your two daughters that are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity, the avon, the perversity, depravity, the guilt and the punishment of perversity, depravity, called iniquity of the city. All right, let's check that right there. Which I found here, iniquity, the punishment. All right, here this verse. And when he lingered, so the question here was, why did Lot hesitate? And he lingered. He maha. He mahad. He lingered. He tarried. He delayed. Right. The men. Now notice what it says right here. The men. Let's bring that back right there. The men. Get this right there. There we go. The men. Now here's a singular. Enosh. Plural. Anashim. The same as we have in the previous chapter when Yahweh revealed himself. How did he reveal himself? Shalosha Nashim. As these three men, these three mortal men. Then the men who were messengers, right, laid hold upon his hand and upon the hand of Ishto, of his wife, and upon the hand of Sheteya Benoto, right, his two daughters, Yahweh being merciful to him, and they brought him forth and set him without the city. All right, so here to answer this question, the 40th question. First, Lot might have been worried about his two married daughters. Now, ones that maybe not picked up from the previous, right? We brought out some of the ancient, scholars, the rabbinical rabbis, scholars, everybody want to go to the scholars, right? The scholars of Torah, they said that perhaps Lot, when talking about the two daughters, perhaps he had four daughters, right? And two of these daughters, right, may have been the ones who were married. They're not the ones in the picture right there. And then he had the two virgin daughters, right? So here, based on that particular reasoning, right, Lot might have been worried about his two married daughters who were not with him, and thought further about how to save them, right, him lingering, right? The second, right, reason, right, which we said this is also from the text, based on what's in the text, not the scholarship, positions, which might be correct as well, but in the text, the second is more likely. He might have been overly concerned, right, with his material possessions, not knowing what to take and what to leave behind. I mean, imagine a situation, that Lot was in, right? And they're like, you have to get kah, right? Get up, kah, take, right? Take what? What did they instruct them to take? Take ishteka, the eyes, isha, eshet, orset, thy woman, thy wife, thy isha, and take shetei benoteka, and take your two shetei benoteka, take your two daughters. Now, but he's lingering, he's probably looking around, right? Thinking about, wow, I got to leave all this behind. So here, let's pick up with question 41. Why was Lot and his family spared the destruction? In verse 16 that we just read, right? Because according to the text, it said Yahweh being what? Right? Yahweh being merciful. We touched on this briefly before, the Hemla. So here, the answer to this question, this Q&A right here, is in this part of the narrative. Let's see if we can highlight this right here. Let's see if we can highlight this. That's there we go right there. Yahweh being merciful to him. Now we have the H2551. That's the Hebrew Chemla, having mercy, pity, compassion. Here we connect it with the commiseration, and we point to, as Majesty spoke about, how God commiserates, Yahweh Elohim, he commiserates with those who are suffering like some misfortune, right? So this is mercy in the sense of commiseration, right? So the chemla is from the root, right, chamam, the verbal root, to spare, to pity, to have compassion on, or to commiserate, right? And if you commiserate, notice with the word commiserate, just break down the word. Commiserate, right? Commiserate, right? You are in misery with someone, right? Miserate. You suffer in a sense with someone, right? Commiserate, right? And therefore, by implication, if you commiserate with someone, right, and you're in a position maybe to judge them or whatnot like that, you may spare them, right? Or you can pity them, right? So it says because of the mercy, or rather because Yahweh, right, being, when it says being merciful, it says in the Hebrew, chemla Yahweh, or chemlat Yahweh, because of commiseration. Chemlat Yahweh. Chemlat, the commiseration of Yahweh, he who be, who he be. Now this beautiful in the Hebrew is a beautiful expression, chemlat Yahweh, right, or chemlat Yehovah, right? This beautiful expression, what does it connote? It connotes Yahweh Eloheinu's, his desire, right, to spare someone because of his love and his commiseration. Almost like Yahweh, in a sense, kind of could feel, right, what Lot, right, and no doubt his family, was going through and about to go through, right? And it says, and they brought him forth and set him without the city, right? So here, this brings us to the 42nd question. Why did Lot or Lot say he could not escape to the hills, right? So here, right, this is the question here, right? Question 42. Why did Lot say he could not escape, right? He could not escape to the hills in Genesis 19:19, right? 19:19. What a year, 19:19. Let's go up here. He says, behold now, thy servants have found grace in thy sight, right? Or in the Hebrew sense, in thy eyes, thy ein, right? Ein, the physical eye, ein, also Hebrew metaphorical sense of mental qualities, mental and spiritual faculties in the figurative sense, but in the literal sense, in his eyes. And thou hast magnified thy mercy. This is Lot, right? Lot is speaking here, right? That thou hast shewed to me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil, lest some ra'ah, right? Some evil, some bad, something disagreeable, something not beneficial, something unpleasant, right? Something causing misery, lest some calamity, right? Take me, right? And I die. Now, between the verse that we was at, right? Let's just touch on these two verses here quickly, even though we're going to come around, no doubt, to a Q&A on this here. But, and it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad, when the Malachim, when the messengers, right, the two Anashim, right, the two men, right, the two persons of the Trinity, the trifecta, Shalosha Anashim, Lot said, escape for, he said, one of the two said, escape. Now here, in looking at the Hebrew Trinity in the context of this revelation of Yahweh in the fourth sabbatical study, this he right here, right, no doubt we can see the foreshadowing of the Son, the Word, the Son. And he said, what he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee. Right, the word, right, sending the word, saying, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, right? The plain here, right, is the kikar. If any of the Talmudim, if you recall, when it talks about the plains of Mamre in Genesis chapter 18, verse 1, where we get the first part of the key word of the fourth sabbatical study for Vayera, and he appeared, and he became visible. Yahweh appeared. Appeared where? It said in the plains, Be Elone Mamre. So the word they have for plains there is Elon, and we find that out to be the tree, the great tree, the strong tree. But the KJV translates as plain, right? As plain, same as plain here. But here we can show a different word, kikar. The kikar, like it's a round, kikar, right? The kikar is round like a circle, a kikar, right? A kikar from kara, to whirl, to dance, like to spin around in a circle, right? So the kikar in the circle, right? So what did one of the two persons, right, of the Shalosha Anashim say to Lot? He told him to escape for your life. Look not behind thee. Don't look back, right? Neither stay thou in all the kikar, in all the circle, right? The circle, the circle right there. Escape, right? Escape. Tell him again, escape. Twice he told him here to escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed, right? Lest thou be safa, swept away, snatched away. Safa, caught up, right? Scraped off, shaved off, right? Scattered, removed, ruined, right? And in verse 18, right, what do we have Lot saying? To them, right? So notice he speaking, he and they, right? This is the revelation. Remember, this is still all the revelation of Yahweh here in this fourth sabbatical study for Parashat Vayera, right? And Lot said to them, oh, not so, Adonai, not so, Adonai, not so, Adonai, Adon, Lord, Master, Sovereign, right? So now here, this brings us right here, right? This brings us right here to this particular question, 1919, right? Why did Lot say he could not escape to the hills? What was Lot's reason, right? First, Lot was ashamed, right, to see his uncle Abraham in the hill country of Hebron. And second, Lot was accustomed. See, Lot was accustomed, when we read the narrative in context and study, we get to see that Lot was accustomed to living in the lowlands, right? The Canaan, or is it the Canaan, is like the lowlands and the lowlands, and was worried about his health. Therefore, he asked to flee to the insignificant city of Zoar or Zoar, a small outpost of the larger Sodom and Gomorrah Kikar region, circle cipher region, right? That Sodom and Amorah region. Now here, this brings us here to question 43. How did Yahweh Eloheinu destroy Sodom and Amorah, Sodom and Gomorrah? Now here, we're going to skip a couple of verses here. Just go up right here, right, to verses 24 to 25. And Yahweh reigned. He did what? He reigned upon Sodom and Gomorrah. You see, Gomorrah, they have a G, the G in translation. But look at it in the Hebrew. It's not really Gomorrah. It's actually Amorah, right? Here they have as submersion. But in the Ethiopic, we have Amorah as a volcano, right? A volcano, right? In the Ethiopic, we get the ancient Afro-Semitic root, right, of Amorah to volcano. And this will make some interesting sense right here, with how the narrative reads. But brimstone and fire, right? Brimstone, right? So the Gofrit, right? Not Godfrey, but no, Gofrit. Gofrit is brimstone. Gofrit, right? V'aish. Gofrit v'aish. And aish. Gofrit v'aish. Gofrit v'aish. Right? And fire, right? From Yahweh, out of Shemayim, out of the heavens, right? And he overthrew those cities and all the plain. Once again, the word for plain is a kikar, right? Which means round, the round district, right? The round district. Also, kikar is a word for like a round loaf of bread. Also, a kikar is a round weight, like a talent of money, of measure, right? Is a kikar. Basically, kikar means circle, right? But in the sense of the geography, right, it's like the circle region, a region that's kind of like in the circle, right? So here it says, and he overthrew those cities of the kikar of the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground, right? A volcano could do this. So Yahuwah, he rained sulfur and fire, right? Or the gofrit wa'esh. Gofrit wa'esh. From Yahuwah, right, in heaven. So the text says, Me'et Yahuwah min hashemayim. Me'et Yahuwah, from he who be, mean from out of hashemayim, from out of the heavens. So the language of the verse here, right, the language is somewhat obscure, though it supports the idea of the triunity. It supports the idea of the Trinity, right? The Hebrew, let's put this in the faith of Abraham, right? The true Trinity, not the counterfeit Trinity or the pseudo Trinities, but supports the idea of the true triunity or Trinity within what's called and referred to as the Godhead. Note that the verb used to describe how Yahuwah overthrew the cities, right? Hafak. The word is hafak. So look over here. It has the word overthrow. Hafak. Right? Hafak means like to turn, to overthrow, to overturn. Hafak. Right? To change, to transform. Right? So it can also have a sense right here to change oneself. It even has a sense of perversity, to like if somebody changed to become like perverted, right? Or to overthrow. So it has a couple of different contexts, right? Right here, the primitive shoresh, to turn about or to turn something over, right? The implication is to change or to overturn, right? Or to return in the context, but also to pervert. So here, Yahuwah is described as overthrowing the cities, Hafak, based on a root idea of perversity, right? Perversity, so he turned them over, right? Because it was about turning over, he turned them over, he overturned them. Question number 44, right? 44, right? Question number 44 right here. What happened to Lot's wife? What happened to Lot's wife? All right, what happened to Lot's wife? Bring that out so we can see the full of that next question coming up right there. Yeah, what happened to Lot's wife? All right, so here, picking up in the narrative right here, right, in verse 26. But Ishto, his Isha, Ishto, or Seto, Ishto, looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. She was turned into a nitzib melach. Nitzib is a pillar of or standing, the sense of standing. Nitzib melach is salt. So we have nitzib, right? See the word nitzib, right? This can mean to be overset, to be placed over, but in this sense, like a pillar. Right, she became like a post, like a pillar, right, a prefix of salt, right, stationary of salt, a statute of salt, a post of salt, a pillar of melach, Hebrew word for salt, melach, right, the melach, there we go right there, melach, salt. She was turned to a pillar of salt. Now there's a study midrash, like the study. Hebraically, we say the Beit Midrash. The Beit is a house of study, right? The Beit Midrash, and the Midrash, the study says that she was turned into Melach because she refused to pass the Melach to her husband during the feast with the messengers, the Ha-Malakim, right? Now, many of the Rebbanim, the ancient scholars of Torah, they use this story this narrative here to justify the dubious practice of washing your hands after you eat. So now this also connects with the Brit Chadasha. You know, when they started to criticize Robbeinu Yeshua, Yeshua HaNotzri, I Rabbi, the rabbis, Yeshua of Nazareth, you know, about, well, why your disciples don't wash their hands when they eat, blah, 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 right? So, because Yeshua understood the origin, as we here in the study beginning to understand this origin, that many of the Rebbanim, and this is going way back then, right? The rabbis back then, as Yeshua is I Rabbi, but the others, they use this story here about the pillar of salt, right, for the dubious practice of washing your hands after you eat. In other words, the idea here is to ceremonially, right? The idea here being to ceremonially remove the salt of Sodom. So this is a whole interesting teaching. I mean, it's an interesting reasoning among some of the ancient scholars, but many of them took this to be like this became like commandments of men, right? So when they came to Yeshua about the washing of hands and when he bunned them with the word, right, it's because they was taking this narrative here about the Nitzi Melach, the pillar of salt that Lot's wife was turned into, to create this commandment of men, right? You know, washing your hands after you eat, and even to making people believe that this is what the Torah was saying, right? Ceremonially let's remove the salt of Sodom that might have been included in the meal from your hands. Now, Robbeinu, I Rabbi, the rabbis, Yeshua HaNotzri, Yeshua HaMoshiach, and I, Ani Va'ani, right? He had, and we have a problem with that right there. Just so that one can understand where this whole washing of the hands, right, thing came in. It came in from those scholars of Torah, those rabbis at that time, but I Rabbi, you know, he basically pointed out their hypocrisy and that that's not what Yahweh said, right? So what happened to Lot's wife? That's what happened. Question 45. What did Abraham do after he realized Sodom was destroyed? In Genesis chapter 19, verses 27 to 29, what did he do? What did he do? Here it says, and Abraham got up early. He got up early. Shakam, to rise up early, right? In the morning, in the boker. Remember the word earlier, boker, right, was the Hebrew word shahar. Shahar is like the dawning, shahar. And here we have the boker, like the breaking of the day, right? The boker, like we say boker tov, good day, boker tov. We say laila tov, you know, good night. We say ereb tov. But here is Abraham got up early in the boker to the place, the makom, right? The makom, right? The standing place, the spot where he stood, where he did his amida. Remember the amad is the stand, and the amida is the standing prayer, the Judaic tribe of Judah, you know, standing prayer. Remember when Yeshua gave advice on praying, and said, when you stand praying, because there was the tribe of standing, right? The standing prayer, the Ahmad, and that's based on Abraham right here, right? So we call it the Amida prayer, the standing prayer. So Abraham got up early in the boat to the place where he had stood, Lifnei Yahuwah, where he did his Amida prayer, right? Before the person of he who be who you be, before the face of he who be, or Lifnei, before Yahuwah. And he looked, right, towards Sodom and Amorah, right, and toward all the land of the Kikar, the circle, the cipher, right, and beheld, and lo, look, the smoke, right, the Ketor is thick smoke, right, the Ketor is thick smoke, not that, it's because there's another word we can use for smoke as well, but this is like tick, right, very thick smoke, like fumes. You know, there's a difference between like smoke and fumes. You know what I mean? They're similar, but not the same. So here's the Ketor, like it's thick smoke, right? The thick smoke of the country, right, went up, it aliyah up, right? Allah, to ascend, like the aliyah, right? Ma'ala and ascension, right? As the smoke, right? As the Ketor, as the fumes, right, of a furnace, as the fumes of a furnace. So Abraham, he did the Amida, standing prayer. He went to the same spot, the same place where he had made intercession for Lot, right, the day before. And he received revelation, and Chazon, revelation that Yahweh, he who be Eloheinu, had delivered his nephew from destruction. So right here, question 45. Why did Lot's daughters scheme to be impregnated by their father? Now, I see it's not part of the question, the Q&As that we have here. But remember, after Lot asked to go to that little small city, right, to go to Zoar, right? He said he couldn't go to the hill. You want to go to the small city Zoar, right? And then as we go further, we'll see that he kind of backtracks, right? Lot is a very interesting guy, right? But right here, to this question right here, let's bring up the question so you can see this right here. Okay, why did Lot's daughters scheme to be impregnated by their father? So here we have chapter 19, verses 30 to 36, right? Chapter 19, verses 30 to 36, right? So we get some more Q&As in there right there. 30 to 36, right? Let's go to verse 30. And Lot, and he went up out of Zoar. Wait, hold on for a moment. Remember, if you go a couple of verses up, you see this kind of like kind of a double-minded moving in a sense. First they told him to go to the hills. He said, no, I can't go to the hills. Let me go to Soar, right? Called Zoar here. Soar, right? Soar in the Hebrew means like small, like little. Sa'ar, right? To grow insignificant or to become small. So Soar means small. It was a small town, right? So the Ha-Malakim told him to go to the hills. He said, no, he can't, right? And so, can I go to this little town? And then after destruction is going on, right, we see where Lot now in verse 30 here, he goes up out of the little town Soar, and where does he go? He dwells in the mountain. That's what he was told to go at first, right? And his two daughters with him. For what? What it says? He feared. He did what? He feared to dwell in Zoar, right? He feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his two daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, the elder to the younger, Avinu, our father Abinu is old. He is old. Abinu is Zakain. Zakain is old. And not a man. Now notice right here. You see the word for man here? We were talking about how in the Hebrew there's like 4 words, Hebrew words that often are just simply all translated as man. But here we have ish, right? Ish. Remember, with the 3 visitors, it uses the word enosh in the plural, anashim, right? Shalosha anashim, right? Here she says to her younger sister, Avinu Zakain, right? There's lo ish, right, in the earth to come in to us after the man of all the earth. Were these the same daughters that he was saying that they did not know man? Right? Were these the same ones? Right? Well, the firstborn tells the younger, right? And then verse 32, come, let us make Avinu, make our father drink wine, and we will lie or lay. This word is shakah. Shakah means basically to lay down, right? Like the Hebrew 2 truths, the basic sense to lay down, like lay down for rest. But it also shakah can be used like in sexual relationships, and he laid down with her, they laid down to get a shakab, but also can be used like in the sense to die. But the basic sense is to lay down, shakab, for rest, for sexual connection, or somebody shakab. He shakab with his forefathers. He's deceased. He laid down with them, right? But here, right, encouraging this sexual act. Remember that Lot's idea of his two daughters was that they had not known man. Well, I know from there to here, where did they get this knowledge, right? And we will lie or lay sexually with him that we may preserve seed, right? That we may preserve zera. What is zera? Is seed. Now, this word can be used in various applications. The seed that we sow, like in the ground, is seed. Also, the seed of man, semen, virile, right? The seed in the sense of offspring, descendants, seed, right? Also, in the second of the two Hebrew truths of moral quality, right? Practitioner of righteousness, right? The sower went forth to sow the seed. But the context is important, right? So the seed right here is the semen seed, right? Because the way they're speaking is like everybody's gone, right? That destruction wiped out everybody. We're the last. So that we may preserve seed of Abinu, of our father, right? Because what she said? She said, Abinu Zaken, he's old. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay sexually, once again, the shakab sense, right, with her father. And he, speaking of Lot, he perceived, yada'a is to know. He did not know. He didn't perceive, right? He perceived not when she lay down, when she shakab, nor when she when she rose up, right? And it came to pass on the morrow, right? The mahoratam, right? To say mahora, right? The next day, day following, that the firstborn said to the younger, right? Behold, I lay yesternight with Abi. With who? With Abi, my father. Abi, make I make him drink wine this Lila, this night, right? This Lila, like Lila Tov, this night also, and go thou, the I in, and lie or lay sexually with him, that we may preserve seed, preserve semen, right, of Avinu, right? And here, verse 35, and they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger, right, the younger arose and lay sexually with him, and he perceived not, right, when she lay down and when she when she got up. So they thought, right, that this conflagration, the destruction of Sodom from heaven and the Amora, the volcano from below, right, the destruction that they witnessed was literally the end of the world. They thought this was the end of the world. You know, people be saying, the end of the world, it's the end of the world, right, the end of the world. And they therefore sought to preserve, you know, the human race. They was doing this for humanity, right, from destruction, because their motives seem and can be interpreted as basically good, right? If we interpret that they must have thought that, yo, this is the end of everything. I mean, that our whole world is destroyed. That's it. There's no man, right? There's no man to, you know, but if these are the virgins, they definitely are knowledgeable. And here's another question. Where did they get the wine from? Where did they get the wine from? But because their motives from this view of the scripture and the narrative can be interpreted as basically good, Yahweh allowed, right, HaMoshiach, right, the Messiah, to come from, or we can say even through, right, the seed of Moab. Now people are going to be like, what's he talking about? The seed of Moab? How you saying come the seed of Moab? Doesn't it talk about the seed of the woman, right? The seed of the woman, like the serpent seed against the woman's seed. I know people say only the man can have seed. No, that's not true. Then otherwise, if you say the scripture is true, you're saying the scripture is lying, and you become like Lot, kind of double-minded there. But through Moab from Dawit, I remember Dawit, right? The seed of the woman. The seed of the woman basically is the embryo and the eggs. All right, if you need to know, right? Because some people think that the seed is only like what the seed is only the sperm, the semen of the man. No, otherwise the word of scripture would not be true. And it's not just there in the garden, the Gan Eden, where it speaks about the seed, the serpent seed versus the seed of the woman, right? Against the seed of the woman. But be that as it may, right there. Let's see if we get a few more Q&As right here, right? For continuity purposes. Okay, there we go. There's the question. Where did they get the wine for their scheme? Where did they get the wine? In those verses that we just read from verse 30 to verse 36. Where did they get the wine? It just makes me think that they're leaving, escaping for their life. How much were they carrying? But where did they get the wine from? Apparently, the people of Sodom, it is said, right? And some archaeology also bears witness to what has been said, right? That the people of Sodom had stored wine in the caves, right? And this is a practice that can be verified, right? Storing wine, that was the wine cellar. The wine cellar was the caves of the surrounding area, right, that they found, right? Because that is a question, right? People say, where did they get the wine from? Then when you understand that they didn't really have wine cellars as people have wine cellars, but some of the best places to store not just wine, but also, documents and treasures many times was in certain caves. Question 48. What were the names of the two children born to Lot and his daughters? Well, the firstborn daughter's child was named Moab, right? Let's bring this out right here, right? The firstborn was called Moab. Let's bring this over here when it says, thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father, right? The firstborn bear a son, and the name Moab, right? Here's Mo, right? Mo of his father, Moab, right? To say almost like in the Hebrew, like coming from the father, right? The me, me, mo, right? Me, from, right? From her, right? The mother's father, right? An incestuous son right here. And the younger daughter's child was named Ben-Ami, right? Ben-Ami, right? And over here we have two-part name, Ben, son, and Ami. When it says Ami, it's like say my people, right? So here, Ben, Ami, son of my people, right? That's the son of Lot, born to his second daughter, and become the progenitor of the Ammonites. Now, note that these names made the scandal clear to everyone and anyone who understood basic Hebrew, right? There is some question whether Lot was complicit in these acts of incest, particularly in the second case. Nonetheless, from Moab would descend Ruth, great-grandmother of Dawid, even Dawid HaMelech, King David, and descendant, right, of Moshiach, Messiah. And from Ammon would descend, it said, would descend Solomon's, right? One of the wives of Solomon, Naamah, right? And it says that Solomon's wife, Shlomo HaMelech, King Solomon's wife, Naamah, right? That was the mother of King Rehoboam of Yehuda, King Rehoboam of Yehuda, which is kind of an interesting point in the narrative right there. But here. Let's now cross over and go to the chapter 20 right here, okay, with the next question right here, right? Question 49. Why did Abraham move, right? Why did Abraham move from Gerar, right? From Hebron to Gerar in the desert? Here, picking up with Genesis chapter 20, verse 1. Chapter 20, verse 1. Here. And here in chapter 20 says, and Abraham journeyed from there toward the south country or toward the Negev. The Negev, right? Negev, or some speakers might say it as the Negev, right? The south country, right? The south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, right? And sojourned in Gerar. So Kadesh, meaning holy or from the set apart, basically set apart in the sense of set apart, right? And Shur can mean a wall, right? And Shur can mean a bull. But Shur in this sense of a wall, and they sojourned right in Gerar, a lodging place, Gerar, rolling country. From the root sense of Gerar, right, to drag away, let's bring it down right here, to bring up the cud, to chew the cud. Interesting root sense of that. So just to bring out some of the names right there. So what's the question again? Why did Abraham move from Hebron? So he moved from Hebron, right? This would become one of the main towns, right, of the Judahites and particularly of David, Hebron, right, to Gerar in the Negev. Why was this? Well, Abraham had lived in the Hebron for 25 years, but left after the destruction of Sodom and Amorah. Some say it was because he sought to entirely separate from the scandal surrounding Lot and his two daughters. And in fact, note this here. Hereafter, there is no further mention of Lot in HaTorah. There's no further mention of Lot in Torah. Right? No further mention of Lot. So looking at why he left, no doubt to separate himself, to keep separate, is true to the narrative, seeing that Lot is not further mentioned in the Torah. Question number 50. Why did Abraham say Sara was his sister to Abimelech, king of Gerar? All right, and this is here getting into these verses right here. Abraham said of Sara, Ishto, she is Achoti, and Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sara. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, behold, thou the eye, a dead man, for the woman, the Isha, that thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife, or she is Beulat Baal. She is Beulat, here has Baal, right? Here it has Baal. Now one is the verb and one is the noun. In the phrase Beulat, right, Baal, it means married to a Baal. She is married, she is Beulat, right, Baal. She is married to a husband. So what's going on here, right? Well, in answer to the question of why he said this to Abimelech, for the same reason, no doubt, that he said to Paro, to the great house earlier, to avoid being killed for her sake. And then if we just scroll forward to verse 11 in this chapter 20, 11, Abraham said, because I thought surely, right? I thought rock, right? What I thought, right? The fear, the yirat, right, of Elohim, yirat Elohim, the reverence of God, like to say true religion, right? Reverence of God is not in this place. And
they will slay me for Ishti's sake, for my Isha's sake, for my woman, my wife's sake. Going on to the next question right here, right? Question 51. What happened to, right, Abimelech? Right? What happened to Abimelech and his kingdom after he had snatched and grabbed Sara? Well, I don't say snatch and grab, but I think that's a better bringing out the context. After he had abducted, right? After he had abducted Sara, right? So here, this picks up with verse 3 to verse 18. So here, just to give a kind of an overview, right? He and his people, Abimelech and his people, were stricken with a terrible, terrible plagues and maladies, right? Some say including stillbirths, so forth and so on, right? So this didn't really, like, the narrative kind of sums up what happened, but there's that time dilation, that passing of time, right? Elohim visited Abimelech, right, in a dream, right, and told him, behold, you are dying, right? You're a dead man, Hebraically can be brought out as you are dying, right, because the woman, the Isha, right, that you took is a Beulat Baal. She's a Beulah Baal. She's a Beulah Baal, Beulat Baal. She is married to a Baal. She's married to a husband. Here. Question 52. When did Sara conceive and give birth to Yitzhak? Right? So right here, we can actually jump forward, right, to the next chapter here, right, chapter 21, and Yahweh visited, right? He pakad. He pakad. He visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did to Sarah as he had spoken. Verse 2. And Sarah conceived and bare, right, a son, right? She conceived and bare a son in his old age, at the set time, or at the moed, the appointed time, the appointed season, right? Of that, Ha Elohim has spoken to him. So here, for question 52, when did she conceive, right? Well, there are two main reasonings or two main opinions on this based on the study of the Hebrew in the text. Though the more popular one is that when the Ha-Malakim, the messengers, right, the Shalosha Anashim, the three men, right, the Hebrew Trinity visited Abraham, it was on Abib, the first of Abib. Abib is a month like the Passover month, right? So the more popular reasoning is that when the Hebrew Trinity or the Shalosha Anashim, the three men, visited Abraham on Abib 1 or Nisan 1, right? And therefore, Sarah would have conceived sometime in the summer after the incident with Abimelech, so that Yitzhak would have been born, some say, on Abib, right? Abib, that's the first month, the first moon in the springtime, right? Abib 15th or Nisan 15th. And you know what that is? That's Pesach, Passover. This is hinted at, right, in the text itself. So when we read in the Hebrew text, this is definitely hinted at, where it is written that Sarah gave birth at the appointed time, right? When it says the set time, it's the same word used for the feast and festival. The moed in the singular, moed, moada, moedim in the plural sense. The moed, right, in the appointed time, right, of Yahweh, in the appointed season of that Yahweh had said, according to Genesis chapter 21, verse 2. Question 53. What does Yitzhak mean, Chaverim? And Abraham called the name of his son Beno that was born to him, whom Sara bare to him Yitzhak. So what does Yitzhak mean? It means he laughs. He is laughing. It means like he laughter, the sense of he is laughing and he will laugh. Yitzhak in the Hebrew, he laughs and he will laugh. Laughter, he will laugh. It's on the Hebrew verb sahak. And imitative word, it's an imitative word meaning to laugh. Sara exclaimed in this chapter here, 21 and 6, right? Sara exclaims, right? Laughter, mockery, Yitzhak. She exclaims in which verse is it? It's in verse 6, right? And she says here in verse 6, and Sara said that Elohim hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. So it comes out a little more better in the Hebrew. Remember Yitzhak, his name, and Sahak, to laugh. She says this, Watomer Sara. And she says, Sara, and Sara says, Watomer Sara. Sehok asali Elohim. Call Hashomeya Yitzhak li. So even in the naming him Yitzhak and Sahak meaning to laugh, notice what she says and how it brings out the name from the Hebrew Yehudi perspective. Watomer Sara, and Sara said, Sehok asa, to laugh, asa, he made li, asa li, he made me to laugh. Sehok asa li, Sehok asa li, Elohim, that Elohim has made me to laugh. Sehok asa li Elohim, call ha-shomeya, call all, ha the shomeya, all the hearer. So to say all hearers, right? Anyone who hears, call ha-shomeya, all the hearer, all the hearers, Yitzhak. What's his name? Yitzhak, right? Yitzhak, he will laugh. So all the hearers, call ha-shomeya, Yitzhak li, will laugh with me or will laugh to me, right? Will laugh, with me. So even there, the Hebrew sense becomes very much more clear. You know what I mean? Even like it's like a little rhyme. It's like a little pun. Question 54. How old was Yitzhak when he was circumcised? Well, verse 4 brings that out, right? It says, and Abraham circumcised Beno Yitzhak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded. As Elohim had commanded him. So he was 8 days old when Abraham circumcised him according to Yahweh's commandment. Where was the command? The mitzvah. The command was in Genesis 17 and 12. So according to the command in Genesis 17 and 12, here in Genesis 21 and 4, Abraham carries it out, fulfills it. Yitzhak, right, was the first. He was the first, you could say, Israelite, the first Yehudi, right? The first, right? Some say Jew, but the first, right, who was ever circumcised. But he's the first actually Hebrew, right? Because Hebrew has to do with the faith. The faith of Abraham is called what? Hebrew. He is the first Ivri who was ever circumcised on the 8th day of life. Remember, Abraham, though he was the first circumcised, but not the first circumcised on the 8th day, as the command of Yahweh in Genesis chapter 17:12 says. Abraham was 100 years old, and Sara was 90 years old. So here, next question. Question 55. How old was Yishmael? How old was Yishmael when Yitzhak was born? How was he? He was 14, right? He was 14 years old. Some Ishmael questions here. Question 56. Why was Sara seemingly threatened or upset by the presence of Yishmael. Yishmael. According to Genesis 21, verses 9 to 10. So let's scroll here, 21, verses 9 to 10. And Sara saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian or Mitzrite, right, that she had born to Abraham mocking. Note the word for mocking here, the 867:11. Sahak. What's this pun going on with laughing? See, it can be to laugh, depends on the context. It can be to mock. Also, sahak, mitzhak, right, is to play, right? To play, to sport, to jest. But here, bringing out the translation here, mocking, right? Laughing, like laughing to mock, right? Verse 10, wherefore she said, Sarah said to Abraham, cast out this bondwoman. Now notice something here about Hagar's how can we say, revolving status. Remember, she was Sarah's Shifra, by concubine, by handmaid, and then being her handmaid, she was given to her husband, right, Abraham, right, to wife. So she went from being the handmaiden, right, to becoming the wife, right? Then when, she got disobedient to her mistress, Sara, right, it appears that she now has been demoted, right? Demoted to bondwoman. In other words, there are these three different titles that Hagar has. Right. So at this point, with all this being said and done, remember she was first the handmaiden, Shifra, right? That's a whole different word there, right? Then Sarah gave her to be Abraham's Isha, right? Eshet, Oset, like woman, wife, right? She was going to be wife, part of the mishpacha, part of the family circle. But then after her disrespect, Hagar's disrespect, we see this demotion comes in, where it says, cast out this bondwoman, cast out this Amma, right? This maid servant, right? So there's handmaid is actually a little higher than the maid servant. It's an interesting area that people might miss. For the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with Beni, my Ben Shali, right? Ben Shali, my son, with Yitzhak. So what's going on right here, right? Was Sarah threatened, right, by the presence of Ishmael? Some reason that, we don't really reason that, but Ishmael was making laughter, right? So in the Hebrew, he was mitzahek from sahak in the Hebrew means like to make laughter, mitzahek. He was making sport, right? Playing around, making sport, mitzahek. All right, so there's laughter, basic, and then in the different build of the Hebrew brings out different forces, passive, active, reflexive. Here, he was mitzahek. He was making laughter, making sport in mockery of Yitzhak during the weaning party that Abraham organized when Yitzhak had turned, it is said, 3 years old, right? The weaning time, right? Ishmael would have been 17 years old at the time. Apparently, Ishmael regarded himself as the firstborn, the Bikur, right? Heir, and the heir of Abraham and Sarah, right, was going to put an end to that, right? So Sarah was going to put an end to Ishmael's thought that he was the firstborn heir of Abraham. Now, she demanded, right, that Abraham drive out, right? It says cast out, drive out, right? Where it says here, cast out, garash. You see what garash means? To drive out, to expel, to cast out, right? It even can mean contextually to divorce, to thrust out, to toss out. right? Garash, to expatriate, right? To expatriate her. It's also interesting. It's also used when we conquer the land. That's also the same kind of verb right there used, right? So Sara here is putting an end to that. And also, Sara is keeping faith with the word that Yahweh Eloheinu had revealed, right? Both to, right, Abraham and to herself. She demanded that Abraham drive out Garash, Hagar, and Ishmael from the mishpacha, from the family or the family circle. Why? To avoid any confusion regarding family inheritance and regarding inheritance rights. Right? Now, here's what's interesting, just to kind of go up ahead right here and show this. Verse 11 says, and the thing was very grievous. Right? It was yara, yara, yara. It was like leading to ra, yara. Different than yara. Yara is different than yara. Right? But here, yara, it was something that caused to tremble, palpitate, broken up. But the root word right there is ra'a. Right? It was very grievous. Right? Something that broke him up. Right? Broke him up. Right? And his emotions even violently on the level. In Abraham's sight, in the way that he saw it, in his ayn, in his eyes, in his mental machination, right? Right here, because of Beno, because of his son. But notice right here, Ha Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu says what? What did he say? Say what? He said what to Abraham? Make it not be grievous in thy sight. Notice something. Sometimes something happens and we like, man, this like looks, this looks bad to me. Well, it depends on how you look at it. That's what he's saying to Abraham. Depends on how you look at it, right? Ha Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu is saying to Abraham, don't let it be grievous in your sight. It's all about how you want to look at it in your sight. Because of the lad and because of thy bondwoman. So here, even Yahweh is speaking to Abraham. It's kind of reinforcing Sarah's position. I say this because a lot of ones, when they talk about Sara, a lot of Christians, those in Christendom, and even some in Yehudaism, right? Some of them try to put her down like she did something wrong. It's like folks that would kind of take the side of Esau when homie sold his birthright, right? If you sold your birthright, right? If I'm the firstborn and I sell my position as firstborn, then the blessing, the firstborn ain't mine. Nobody is stealing it from me. Now, how they go about it, that's a whole other matter coming up in the future Torah reading and feeding. But he's saying, let it be not grievous, evil, like in thy sight, because of the lad and because of the bondmaid. In all, what? He said, in some of the things she's saying to you is right. Is that what Yahweh is saying? Ha Elohim is saying? She got a couple of points. No, it says, in all, what? All mean all. In all that Sarah have said to thee. Notice what he says here to Abraham that kind of reverses, right, the curse, the consequence that we have after the fall in the Gan Ba'ed in the Garden of Eden. What it says to Adam? Because you have listened. Because you have listened. Listen. Shema. Because you have listened. Takshiv, right? You have listened to the what? Voice of your wife. But now what is Ha Elohim saying to Abraham here because of this incident? He's saying hearken, right? In the Hebrew, he's saying Shama, listen, Shema, hear, Shema, obey, right? The voice, right? Her voice. Listen to what she's saying. For in who? In Yitzhak, right? Shall thy seed, thy race, thy seed be called. And then what does Yahweh say? He says here in verse 13, and also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. He's like, Yahweh saying, don't worry about him. I got him, all right? I got him. But it's kind of interesting because we have kind of like the carnal sentiments, right? And then we have the spiritual commitment, right? We have this carnal sentiments. Remember even before when Yahweh was revealing to Abraham how it's going to be, and he's like, oh, may Ishmael live and may Ishmael this. And he said, yeah. Yahweh said, don't worry about Ishmael. All right? But it's going to be about Isaac. It's going to be about the child that you and, right, Sara is going to have. And that's when Abraham, right, he laughed, right, before we get Sara laughing here. Just wanted to point that out right there, right, just to bring out that part. Now, this is a discussion question, right? The next one right here, just to seal up at the 57th. We'll go to the 58th question. All right, so here's where we're at right here. So we have today's daily psalm, right here. How does the Apostle Paul, right, Shaliach Paulos, right? How does Rabbi Shaul or Hashaliach Paulos, the Apostle Paul, refer to Hagar's descendants? Right? This is a discussion point right here. Take note. The son of the bondwoman was born according to the carnal, right? The carnal mind, right? Or according to the flesh. While the son of the free woman was born through the promise, was born through Yahweh's yea, and his amen, amen. Here, just take the first part of this question right here, sealing up right here, and then hopefully we can, before we come up to the Shabbat time right here, can seal some of the reasonings here. Question 58. What did Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, tell Abraham regarding Sarah's demand to cast out Hagar and Yishmael? Right? So right here, we just touched on it right there, these two verses. What did he say? Well, according to the sages, the scholars of Torah, building on what's here, many bad things, right? Many bad things happened to Abraham in his long life, challenging, difficult things. But having to drive away his son, right? Firstborn son according to the flesh, but still his son, was the worst of all. Despite Abraham's agony, Ha-Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, told him to listen to the voice of his wife Sara, right? Since, quote, through Yitzhak, through who? Through Isaac will your offspring, will your seed be called. In other words, Yishmael was essentially an illegitimate child, but not because of how just he was born, but when we say what is legitimate, Torah is legitimate. Yahweh's direction, instruction is legitimate. So in this context, he was an illegitimate child and not to be regarded as Abraham's promised heir. Yahweh Eloheinu, he consoled Abraham by promising, right, giving his yea, his amen, to bless, right, to barak, to empower, to prosper Yishmael, and to make him into a nation and even into a great nation. One more question here, all right? Because, it begins for tree, and we want to pause here for tree, right? Why did Abraham plant a tamarisk tree in Be'er Sheva, Be'er Sheba, right? Why did he plant that? So here, just scrolling to verse 31, right? Here a little, there a little, right? It says, wherefore he called that place Be'er Sheba, because they swear, both of them, right? And then here, which verse is this right here? 21, 31, actually over here, sweetheart. Let's get that right here. It's over 33. It's verse 33. And speaking of Abraham, he planted a grove, right? He planted a grove, or here, the grove is tree, right? The word for grove right here is the eshel, the ashel. Ashel is defined as a tamarisk tree. tamarisk tree, the Asha, a tamarisk tree, right? And Abraham planted a Asha in Be'er Sheva and called there on the name of Yahweh El Olam. In the Hebrew, this is El Olam, related to the Adon Olam chant right there. But he called upon the name of He who be, who he be. To Abraham at this point, who be, he who be, who he be? Well, there where he planted the grove in Be'er Sheva. Oh, Be'er Sheva, right? Be'er Sheva. Beersheba means the well, the Be'er. Be'er is well. Sheba, right? Here of 7. Sheba. The well of the oath, right? The well of the oath, right? The well of the oath. Here, the well of the 7. Both it means the well of the 7, Sheba, right? And also the well of the oath. Why? Well, Abraham, he made a covenant with Abimelech, right? The Philistine, the Peleshet king, the immigrant king, the Peleshet king. Later, he planted a Asha, a tamarisk tree there. KJV calls it a grove, but more correctly, it is the Asha. He planted the Asha, the tamarisk tree, the Asha tree, right? At the place called Be'er Sheba, the well of the oath, the Sheba, the well of the 7. Some say perhaps in anticipation of the 8th HaChaim, the tree of life, that Yahweh promised would be restored by the coming seed of Ha'isha, of the woman. After the tree began to grow, right? This is what connects with what we're going to pick up, Yah willing, where it says that Yahweh Eloheinu tested Abraham in Genesis 22:1. And that's an interesting reasoning because some would read the scripture but not fully understand and discern. They say, well, God doesn't test. God cannot be tested, and he does not test. The context of what Yaakov or James is speaking about, he does not tempt or test anyone with evil. What's interesting about the word for test, nisayon in Hebrew, it can be interpreted as a test, but you know what it's also? It's also experience. So in Hebrew, we say like a nisayon, right? Biblical Hebrew, they translate it as a test, right? But also it's an experience. We're going to pick up with that there. You know, from this question, we're going to seal up with question 59 and think on this. What is considered the supreme test of Abraham's life? All right, hint, Genesis 22:1. How often is this test of Abraham recalled in the tribe of Judah prayer services, the Judahite, the Yehuda-ish prayer services? Also, what were the 10 tests, the 10 nisayon, the 10 nisayono, the 10 experiences or tests of Abraham? Why did Yahweh Eloheinu put Abraham to the test? Right? Why did Yahweh Eloheinu say, take your only Yachideka, your only son, when Abraham had two sons, right? And why did Abraham split the burnt offering wood, right? Why did he split the burnt offering wood, right? And who were the two who accompanied Abraham and Yitzhak? And why did it take 3 days to travel from Hebron to Mount Moriah? And did you know, just a little extra here, did you know that when he says to the two servants, the two others that was with them, he says that I and the lad are going to go yonder, we are going to worship, we are going to do this, and we are going to return. So here's what's interesting, that even if he had to so-called sacrifice his son, as most of us would, infer from the context here. He somehow knew that Yahweh Eloheinu was able to raise him. In other words, in the narrative, this doesn't come out in translation too clearly, but he actually says that we're going to go yonder, we're going to worship, and we will return. You really can't read it so clearly in the King James Version, but in the Hebrew, it's very clear. It's not like I'm going to go there, sacrifice my son, and come back. No, we are going to go do this, and we are going to return. This is why Robbeinu, Ainai Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, said that Yahweh Eloheinu is the Elohim of the living, the Hayim, and not of the Meitim, and not of the dead.
Yes, and this is very important thing. Now he says it's touching the dead that they rise. Have you not read in the book of Moses how in the bush God spake unto him, saying, I'm the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. He's not the God of the dead, but the God of the living.
Vihu haya, vihu hove, vihu yiye, vitifara. Vihu haya, vihu hove, vihu yiye, vitifara. Vihu haya, vihu hove, vihu yiye, vitifara. Vihu haya, vihu hove, vihu yiye, vitifara.
Wahu, there, wahu haya, that brings out even the revelation of he who be, who he be, he who was, he who is, he who will be, will become, right? Wahu haya, who was, haya, wahu howe, or some would say hove, right? He who be, howe, he who is present, Yahweh, he who will be, wahu yihyeh, Yahweh, right? Betifera in glory. Tifera, the Hebrew right there of the Tafari. So here we have a Psalm 5, the fifth Psalm here, according to royal order, right here. Let's bring it up right here. Today's daily Psalm, right? Here. Morning prayer, themed as a morning prayer, like a dawning, a morning prayer, shacharit, a morning prayer before going to the house, the Beit, the house of God, to the Beit El, Bethel, the Beit El, to the Beit Elohim, to the house of Eloheinu. Here, Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 5.
מזמור למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד.
Give ear to my words, O Lord.
אמרי האזינה אדוני.
Consider my meditation.
בינה הגיגי.
Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God.
מלכי ואלוהי.
For unto thee will I pray.
כי אליך אתפלל.
My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, 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 as with a shield.
Yes, yes, yes. A joyful shout right here, here, here. Yeah. So here we have Mizmor Hay, Psalm Hay, or the fifth Psalm, according to the Hebrew Aleph Beit. We have Mizmor Hay. Put that up right there. We have Mizmor Hay. Now here on the screen you have Palal, the Peh, Lamed, Lamed, the Feh, Lamed, Lamed, right? Palal. It's the root sense of pray and prayer. Put the word Palal, P-A-L-A-L. And then put like Hebrew, I think Hebrew meaning, do a little search on it. Don't have much time to get into much of the detail right here, just in the podcast. But this right here, the link with Palal here with the pointing Palal. Palal, also pointed as Falal, right? Palal, right here, when breaking it down with some of the pictograph signs. As there's also a kind of a pictographic quality, right, to Hebrew, to the Ivrit, the Yehudit, in all of its stages. So from the old pictograph, right, to the Paleo, and even to the what we use today after the temple time, the Asherit. Well, actually, before, during the second temple time, the Asherit, or the square Hebrew, Palal. Palal, prayer, the basic word, he prayed, basically, Palal. Take note of that right there, right? And here, one of the Hebrew words we translate in the Bible as pray or prayer, right, is Palal. This is in the sense of tefillah, right? Tefillah is prayer. Tefillati is my prayer. The verb Palal means to pray. Remember that here we have a shacharita tefillah from the Palal sense. Now the Palal, the root, the shoresh, this means both to intercede and to expect. So the one idea brought forward from the Hebrew of this word here, biblical Hebrew word, is that when we pray, we should have expectation that Yahweh Eloheinu will respond. Now it's interesting because Robenu, Yeshua HaNotri, he brought that out when he was teaching on prayer in the Gospels about praying, praying, like doubt nothing, So it's getting into the root of this, and here in one of the early Psalms, so here we have Palal, the verb, he prayed, so to speak, he interceded, and tefillah, right? Tefillah, right? That the sense of to pray, right? Prayer, tefillah. Right, tefillah, right? Here we have it right here, tefillah, right? Tefillah. All right, so here more on this, right? Get into that a little bit more so, but please just keep that in mind right there. But here today's daily psalm, Mizmor Hey, right? The early psalms have some little keys in it. So it's a good thing this time of the year here after the 7 feast festivals, the fullness of the Shalosha, Regalim in season. Now coming to this time of the year out of season, right? We're in the period of 4 to 5 months until Abib, until the head, right? The beginning of moons and months come about. This is a time of study. So this evening prayer, right? The evening prayer previous is now followed by a second morning prayer. So Psalm 3 is a morning prayer in distress. Psalm 4 is an evening prayer in relief. Psalm 5 is a morning prayer, right? So let's get right into this right here. We have 13 verses, 12 verses according to the KJV, 13 verses according to the Hebrew. But here's the Aleph verse right here. But first this, on the Shacharit Tefillah. The tone of this Mizmor is like that of the preceding psalm. So this is like the third prayer psalm, right? So we have a morning prayer, evening prayer, and here a morning prayer in Psalm 5, right? And the circumstances are somewhat similar. The speaker, Dawid, and I be exposed to danger from treacherous foes and friend enemies and enemies. He and I offers a morning prayer, Shacharit Tefillah, before going to the Mikdash, to the sanctuary, the holy place. In that, he expresses his conviction, right, that Yahweh Eloheinu, he who he be, Eloheinu, Ainai Elohim, who he be the Elohim who hates Ra'ah, he hates evil, will not allow wrongdoers to triumph. The righteous, the Tzaddik and Tzaddikim, the righteous ones, may therefore rely and even depend up on him with confidence, with surety. Always faithful, always sure, for surety. So right here, we have a morning prayer. Here the Aleph verse, KJV wise, to chief musician upon Nehilot, a psalm of Dawid. Give ear to my words, O Yahweh. Consider my meditation. So here the superscription, right? And the first verse, KJV wise, but in the Hebrew, this is like 2 verses. But the superscription in the King James Version is not counted as a verse, to the chief musician upon Nehilot, a psalm of David. Here in the Hebrew, La Menatzayah, Ilahan Chilot, Mizmor le Dawid. La Menatzayah, to the chief musician, to Ha-Nechilot, to the Nechilot. Often the Nechilot, right? Nechila is singular, Nechilot is plural. Some say it's of uncertain meaning, and there's some, reasoning about what does this word really mean. Often they will bring out the sense of flute or wind instruments, nechilot, possibly, likely the flute, right? This is in contrast to be a niginot, binginot, the niginot. When it says binginot, the string music that we have in the heading of Psalm 4, right? So right here, superscription titled La Menatziyah Ela Ha-Nechilot Mizmor le Dawid. So here, KJV wise, verses 1 to 3, the introductory invocation. Amarai Hazina Yahuwah Bina Hagigi. Amarai Ha'azina Yahuwah Bina Hagigi. Bina Hagigi. Give ear to my words. Amarai. Here, Amarai, right, is the plural of Emer, the Amer, Emer, utterance, a word. Amarai, my utterances, my words. Ha'azina, azan, ha'azina, listen here, but it's a sense right here of broaden, right? So here's the word pick, right? The word pick right here. To broaden out the ear with the hand. You know, when somebody does that gesture, huh? Here, ha'azina, amarai ha'azina Yahuwah, right? My words broaden the ear, O he who be who ye be. Amarai ha'azina Yahuwah, bina, consider, right? Bina, consider, being, right? To discern, bina, to perceive, bina, to know. But it has sense of to consider, to discern, to distinguish, right? Between like this and that. Bane means between, and being right here is to consider, right? To have discernment. So we understand the word to discern, right, based on the root of bane. Bane means between. I said between the evenings, bane, right, between this and that. So the sense of bina, right, being as a verb is to discern. So understanding, basically understand. Consider in the sense of understand my meditation, understand my hagig, right? So here we have hagiga, hagigi, bina hagigi. So hagigi is my hagig. My hagig is my meditation. Here they have whisper, musing, murmuring, musing, right? To murmur, to complain, to meditate, right? To haga, to meditate. You see the root right there, to meditate, to speak, right? You know, to murmur, right? Whether in pleasure or in anger, to ponder. It almost has a sense of almost like, you know, almost like when you're talking to yourself or you're meditating with yourself, you're speaking out loud and you kind of responding to your murmuring. Yeah. So this here, first verse right here. Amarai hazina Yahuwah, bina hagigi, hagigi, my meditation, hagigi. Unspoken prayer, tefillah, in the recesses of the heart is brought out Hebraically as the hagig, the whispering, the musing, the murmuring. Unspoken tefillah in the recesses of the heart, heartically. More likely, the word here, it brings out the sense of whispering, the utterance that is inaudible except to Yahweh Eloheinu, as in the action of Hannah. Remember Hannah, the mother of Shemuel, Hannah, in 1 Samuel, chapter 1, verse 13, where it says that she was praying, right, but her lips moved, but there was no sound. And Eli, right, the high priest of the time, thought that she was drunk, right? But she said, no, my Lord, it's not because I drank. Here, we have the bait verse, the second verse. Here, the introductory invocation, verses 1 to 3. Here, second verse, hearken to the voice of my cry, my King and my God. To thee I will I pray. Hak Shiva, Likola Shawai, Malki, Welhai, Ki Aleka, Eta Palal, Ki Aleka, for to the eye, male, Eta Palal, for to the eye, Et Palal, to pray, Palal, Eta Palal. So here, Hak Shiva. So now, the English might say here, you like to hear, like you see hearken. But this is kashab. Kashab is like to prick up the ears, right? To be attentive, to incline the ear. Has a sense like to prick up, we say in English, to prick up the ear, to really be attentive, really, really listen. Here, hak sheba, call, to the call, the voice, the call, to the word, the sound, the call, right? Here, hak sheba, call, shawi, to the call Shawa'i. Here they have Sheva, but this is a modern Hebrew, but an ancient Afro-Semitic pointing, since Hebrew is Afro-Semitic anyway, Shawa. So in the verse is Shawa'i. This is why we say when he says, my cry is not a boo-hoo-hoo cry. Hear the Hebrew again. Hak sheba lekol shawi, 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 shawi. What does shawi even sound like? Shout, to my shout, right? To the voice of my shout. Hak sheba lekol shawi. Hearken, right? Prick up the ear, be attentive to the voice, the sound of shawi, of my cry, my yeah. Right? Hak sheba lekol shawi. Malki, Malki, my king. Welohai, Malki, my king, with and Elohai, Welohai, and my God, Malki, Welohai, ki, for, because, Eleka, to the eye, to the ka, to the eye male, eta palau, I will pray. So here, what's the key right here? This is the key right here, Malki, 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 my king. As a subject appeals to his monarch to right his cause, a subject would rightfully appeal to their monarch to right their cause. So I, a king, Dawid here is a Psalm of David, Mizmor Dawid. So Dawid is saying, so I, a Melech, right, turns to the Melech HaMelakim, right, turns to the King of Kings. I, as a Negus, turn to the Negusa Neges, the King of Kings, to justify, to make righteous, right, I, to make I innocent, to vindicate I. Here. So here in the call to he who be, these two words here, Malaki, Welohai. Malaki, the conjunction with, or modern Hebrew, Malakia Velohai. Malaki Velohai, ancient Afro-Semitic pointing, Malaki Welohai, Hailei, my king, my Melech, Malaki, right? And my Elohim, Elohai. Right, so the key words right here, my king, Malki, and Elohai, Elohai, Hailei, Elohai, my Elohim, my creator, Elohim, being that title, attribute, name, right, of he who be in his role as creator, right, and as judge. Malki Welohai, the deity, the divinity in his role of judge, right? The judge of judges. Here, the Gimel verse, the third verse, Aleph Beit Gimel. Here, the third verse, Abaga, Aleph Beit Gimel. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning. Oh, Yahweh. In the morning will I direct to the eye. To the eye, to thee, and will look up. Now, one might say, well, how come you didn't read that word prayer? Because the word prayer, poof, in the Hebrew, it's not there. The word prayer is not there. See, the force of the Hebrew is what we have to understand right here. And this is a important verse right here. Let's bring this out right here. Yahuwah bokera tishma koli. Bokera eraka leka. Wa atzape. Wa atzape. Wa atzape. Atzape. And I will look forward. Actually, I will look forward. Not I will look up. It's not I will look up. As it says, I will look up. Atzape. Atzape comes from Safa. Safa. Atzape. I will Safa. I will look out. I will spy. I will pray. I will pray for the eye or Elohai. Right? I will lean forward. I will peer. I will pray. Right? I will observe. You know, I'll look forward. You see it says lean forward. I will look forward. So what's being said right here? First of all, it's the time of day. It says Yahweh, he who be, Boker, morning, right? Boker, Tishma, the eye will shama, the eye will hear, Tishma, Koli. You will hear my call. You will hear my word, my sound, my voice. Tishma, Koli, Boker, in the morning or morning, Boker, Erak, erak. In the morning will I order erak, lika, to the eye male. Wa and atsape. Wa and atsape. Asape and asape. And I will look forward. So I just went to the Hebrews to break down the kind of the order of the flow. Here he says, Boker Tov, Boker, the morning, the break of day, in the break of day, the appropriate time to offer tefillah before the secular duties of the day commence. We have elsewhere Psalm 59, around about verse 16, verse 17, in Psalm 88, round about verse 13, verse 14, this idea of the boker, right? As is said right here, in this third verse, Yahuwah boker tishma koli. Oh, he who he be. Morning, tishma, you will hear koli, you will hear my sound. You will hear my sound, my voice. Boker, morning, erak. Here it says, will I direct from Arak, Arak. I will Arak. I will arrange. I will put. I will set. I will lay in order. Right? I will prepare. Right? I will set. Like to arrange, to set in order, to state in order, to set forth. We use this word Hebraically, legally too. Right? Arak, Shulchan, Aruch. Right? The table set. Right, to set forth like a legal case, right? Also has a sense of comparable, right? But I will set in a row. I will arrange. Keywords: row, arrange, order. I will order. So here in the Hebrew, it says, Bok out of the morning, arak leka. Arak, I will order le for ka. For the eye, I will order to the eye. Bok arak leka. Wa and atzapeh. And I will look forward. Will I order? See, the word prayer is not found in the verse, so they put it in italicization, right? The Hebrew is, will I order? The object having to be supplied. So this is the great thing about this Davidic psalm, right? You can supply your object if you want another object there. But here in the Hebrew, the object is not there, right? What he's going to do is there, but the object of the verb. I will order what? What will I order? Right? Raka leka. Right? Bok in the morning. Raka leka. I will order to the eye. I will arrange. I will set forth like my case to the eye. Wa atzapeh. Right? And I will look forward. Right? I will pray. I will, wait for the conclusion. Like you put the case for the judge. And then the judge, goes into chamber or whatever, looks over. You wait. Right? Here comes the judge. It might be my plea. Like in Job chapter 32, verse 14, right? Job said, my plea. Or it could be my sacrifice. The verb being the technical term, right? So this word, I will direct, or more better, I will order, arak, right? In the sense of I will order, erak. I will order, right? The verb being the technical term for the preparatory work connected with an offering. So as we study even the use of words, the arak, right? This here in the biblical Hebrew, the Torah Hebrew, being the technical term for the preparatory work connected with an offering. But prayer is not there. My plea is not there. My it could be any of that. It could be all of that. Check. Wasapeh, and will look forward to the divine aid as the response to tefillah, as Micah chapter 7, verse 7 brings out that right there. So here where it says, I will look up, right? It's a mistranslating of this Asfaw. Asfaw, as it says, look out, look about, to spy, to observe, to watch. But Strong's bringing out good here, right? The italicized words in the definition, to lean. I will lean forward. I will look forward. I will look forward, right? I will peer. I will pre, right? I will pre, even preeing into the distance. I will look forward. right? Like when Yeshua, Robenu said, when you pray, right, knowing that you receive the things that you ask. So here we have verses 4 to 6, right? Coming up, that's the first section, verses 1 to 3, the introductory invocation. And here in verses 4 to 6, we have Elohim, the creator, the judge, is against the workers of Ra, the workers of evil, the workers of that which is not good, not beneficial. Here, KJV says, for thou, not an El, not the Almighty, not Almighty that have pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil, shall Ra, right? Shall evil dwell with thee on. Ki lo el hafetz resha, ata lo yegoreka ra'a. Ki, for lo, not el, God, chafetz. You are not the Almighty. You're not el that seeks, right? Chafetz resha, right? You are, it says, for you are not a God that have pleasure, right? Chafetz, to desire, to delight, to have pleasure in, right? Wickedness, rasha. We get wickedness, guilt, wrong, the sense of the defiance that leads them to wrong, especially moral wrongdoing. Ki alo ela hafetz resha, ata, the pronoun you, the I. If I say you, ata, speaking to a male, singular. Ata, lo, not yegoreka, not to dwell, not to sojourn with the I, So here it's really saying in this part here, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The Hebrew sense actually brings out the sense of neither shall an evil man will not, yagoreka, will not gore, yagoreka, will not sojourn, will not dwell, will not abide with the I. So understand the context. It's not saying that evil things, bad things. No, it's talking about the evil man. So here, Elohim is against the workers. Elohim is against the workers of Ra, right? He is not one that has pleasure, right? As it says, Ki lo el hafetz, lo el, not the God that takes pleasure in rasha, right? In wickedness. Elohim is not partial to wickedness, rasha, defiance, wickedness, right? Evil, as we mentioned right there, is the evil man. When it says lo yegoreka ra, the ra there, that what will not sojourn with you, the evil man will not sojourn with you. Sojourn with the I, right? Yegoreka, right? Lo, not yegoreka ra. Sojourn with the I. The qualifications of those who may gore, who may sojourn with Yahweh Eloheinu are enumerated in Psalm 15, Chaverim. You want to see, well, who may abide, who may sojourn? Well, Psalm 15 goes through a numbering and an enumeration. Here to the Hay verse, the 5th verse, right? The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Hit the note, right? In thy sight, before thine eyes. All right, here. Lo, yita yatzabua holalima le neged aineka. Saneta, call po ale awen, right? Lo, not yita yatzabu holalim. The boasters, holalim, right? The boasters should not stand. Lo, not yita yatzabu, shall not stand. They shall not be standing. Holalim, the boasters, lid neged, like before, like opposite aineka, opposite of the eyes, should not be standing in thy eyes, in thy sight. Saneta, the eye hateth. Saneta, Saneta, thou hatest, Saneta, call upon Ale, Awen, call por le Aven, modern Hebrew, call por le Awen. Thou hatest all the workers of Aven, right? Aven here, Awen, right? Awen, trouble, sorrow, panting, those who exert themselves in vain, right? Just exert themselves. You see where it says over here, to pant, to exert oneself, usually in vain. All that hard effort fighting against Yahweh and I, his children, come to nothing, right? That's the Po'ele Aven, right? The workers of vanity, Aven. Here, the boasters, right? The foolish right here. Notice the word is halal, right? Halal. All right, this is so very interesting. Halal right here. All right. Actually, it's the same word in hallelujah, right? To boast. It's the same word in Latin, Lucifer, in the right translation from the Hebrew, Halal ben Shahar, right? Lucifer, so-called Latin Lucifer's, Roman Catholic Latin Lucifer's rightful name, right, is really Halel, Halel ben Shahar. He is the halal. He is the boaster, son of the Shahar, son of the morning, right? But this word halal means to boast, to praise. In a good sense, we hallelujah in Yah. We praise, we boast in Yah, in He who be. We boast in the Savior of Yisrael, right? But then the foolish, right, also are called the Hololim. They are the boasters. This is a graphic account of their conduct. A graphic account of their conduct is given in Psalm 73, round about verse 7, verse 8. Shall not stand in thy sight. This here is the parallel to the previous verse. An evil man shall not sojourn with the eye. Ha'el, El Elohe Yisrael, does not tolerate their presence, does not tolerate their face. Here, Lo Yitziatzabu, Hololim Alin Neged Ainecha. Saneta Kala Po'ele Awen. Here to the wow, the Vav verse, the 6th verse right here to complete this section here. Here we're in the 2nd section of today's daily psalm, theme that Elohim, the creator, the judge, is against the workers of evil, hurt, of harmful, of a lack of beneficial. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing, right, or that speak falsehood. Yahweh will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. Here, the man of bloods and deceits. Bringing out the Hebrew sense. Te'abeda dobreya chazab, isha damim, umirma, ye ta'eb, Yahweh, ye ta'eb, Yahweh. And Yahweh, he abhors, he treats them as ta'ab, disgusting. They're abomination, abominable, disgusting. So what do we have right here? He therefore cannot be bribed with offerings to overlook rara, evil, hurt, bad of their lives and their liberty. Here, KJV says, speak leasing. Kazab. Kazab in the Afro-Shemitic language is a lie. Kazab, a falsehood, a deceptive thing, untruth, a falsehood. So here, word for word, thou shalt destroy, thou shalt abad, perish, cause to go astray, cause to be lost. The sense of this word properly is to wander. He will cause them to wander away, to lose themselves, and therefore to perish. Therefore, that's the sense of destroy. Te'abed, he would destroy dovrei, the speakers of kazab. Te'abed, dovrei kazab, the speakers of falsehood. Ish, man, damim, man of dam. Dam is blood, damim is blood. Ish, damim, mirma, and deceit. Yita'eb, Yahweh, he who he be, abhorrous. So right here, we have, just looking at the time right here, let's just go to a Selah tune right here, just for a moment right here, pick up the Selah tune and just complete today's daily psalm right here. There's some precious keys right here in today's daily psalm. But here, Bakir. Let's see, we go Bakir Sunday morning. Yeah. Sunday morning chant right here. Hear this.
Psalm 5.
מזמור למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד.
Give ear to my words, O Lord.
אמרי האזינה אדוני.
Consider my meditation.
בינה הגיגי.
Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God.
מלכי ואלוהי.
For unto thee will I pray.
כי אליך אתפלל.
My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, as with a shield, as with a shield, as with a shield, 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 shield.
So here, today's daily psalm right here. So here we pick up right here with the 7th verse, KJV wise right here. And this one verse is a whole kind of a section right here, this particular verse here. The 7th verse right here, the Zayn verse, his right to enter the Mikdash, to enter the holy place, the Mishkan, you say the sanctuary, the Mikdash. Here he says, but as for me, I will come thy house in the multitude of thy mercy. In thy fear, thy reverence, thy respect will I worship toward thy holy temple. Here, check out the note right here. The Hebrew brings out the temple of thy holiness, the temple of thy set apartness. Here to the Ivrit, the Yehudit, here, the Hebrew. Wa'ani. Wa and ani, modern Hebrew, vani, va'ani, wa ani, wa and I. And as for I, wa'ani, the robe, in the nuffness, rab, robe, the nuffness, chasedeka, in the abundance, the nuffness of your loving kindness, right, of your mercy, of your gracious love. Wa'ani beroba chasedeka abo beiteka abo. I will enter into beiteka, the I bite, beiteka. The ka there signifies speaking to a male, right? Speaking to he, even he who be, who he be. Wa'ani beroba chasedeka abo beiteka. Eshtachue, and I will prostrate. Worship, what the word for worship, shacha, to worship. I will worship, right? Eshtachue, modern Hebrew, eshtachue. I will, let's bring out the word right here. I will shacha, bow down, depress, or to prostrate. I will prostrate. Right? I will prostrate before Elohim. Here it says, Eshtachue illa hekal. I will prostrate, I will bow to hekal, kadisheka. I will prostrate to the temple, the hekal, kadisheka, hekal, kadisheka. Eshtachue illa hekal, kadisheka. Be yirateka. In the eyes, reverence, yirateka, be by way of yirat, the reverence of ka, of the eye, be yirateka, in the eyes, reverence. Now, KJV brings it out by that in thy fear. But the word yira and yirat, right, though they have fear, it has a sense of down there, the sea entry, right, to respect, the eyes, respect, and reverence to the eye. Be-yirateka. In fact, in the old Hebrew, the word yirat signifies, like, for lack of a better word, what people commonly say, like religion, right? That reverence, that respect, right? So the yirat, right, of Elohim, the yirat of Yahweh, the reverence, the fear, the respect of Yahweh, in the eyes, reverence. So first things first, Wa-ani. And as for ani, ani is I, the pronoun I. The Hebrew, right? In the biblical Hebrew, this kind of a phrase, Wa-ani. Now, Wa-ani, it contrasts with what had preceded. So in the preceding verses, 6 verses, right, coming up to the 7th verse here, KJV wise, Wa'ani changes up. Well, this is the evildoers, and this one won't be able to dwell, and you're not like that, and these and those, right? Wa'ani, and as for I now as for I, like, and as for I, Wa'ani, as for I. So the Hebrew here, common in the book of Psalms, it marks a strong antithesis. Like to say, like, well, on the other hand, Wa'ani beroba hasedeka abo abeiteka, right? As for I, in the abundance, right, in the abundance of thy mercy, Right? So you can see where we're reading the Hebrew and we're trying to follow the Hebrew. And so therefore the word order would change up to what the KJV poetically brings out. Wa'ani, as for I, the robe hasadeka, in the robe, the robe. What's the robe? Robe. Not rob, but a robe. In the multitude, abundance, in the robe, right? The robe in the abundance, right? The robe of what? The eyes of chesed, right? The eyes goodness, loving kindness, right? The robe of hasedeka abo, abo. I will abo. I will come, enter in, the sense of going in. So bo means like to come and to go, but it means like to go in. I will go in, right? Abo, I will go in, right? Abo, beiteka, into the eyes, bait, into the eyes, house, right? So we have a strong antithesis here. Unlike the Rasha, right? Unlike the ratchet, the wicked, the defiant, who have no rightful place in Yahweh's bait. They have no rightful place in Yahweh's bait, in he who be's house. He and I and we, ani, we possess that privilege, right? For the reason, right, that the psalm writer that Dawid right here states. Abundance of thy loving kindness, the robe Hasideka, Eloheinu had been gracious to him, and I. That is the proof that he and I is not to be classed with those whom he, even he who be, Yahweh, who he be, abhors or regards as disgusting, right? As disgusting, right? I will bow toward thy holy, set apart temple, to thy temple of thy set apartness, biyarateka, in the reverence of the eye. So here in our translation, we're reordering, right? Shown by compare and contrast. But here in the Hebrew right here is these words, the second part of the verse right here. These words right there highlighted. Eshtachue illa hekala kadesheka biyarateka. So let's break it down word by word. What do we have right here? Now the word order is all kind of reversed. They kind of flipped around the whole word order. The better word order is I will bow down, I will worship, I will prostrate toward Eshtachue illa Heikal. Heikal is the temple. Heikal, right? Temple, palace, temple, right? Heikal, right? And it doesn't always have to imply like a stone building, because even when it dwelt in a tent in the time of HAILE, during the time of Hannah, it was called the Heikal, right? A large public building, right? It could be a palace in later time, but also the tent. But the Heikal basically is the Hebrew word for temple in this context, right? I will bow down, eshtachue. I will prostrate myself with face arsa, to the ground. This is the posture of the humble supplication and the humble suppliant, right? Eshtachue. But notice this word, when it says I will worship, the Hebrew sense is I will fall down on my face. I will prostrate. Eshtachue, right? To what? Ila hekal kadesheka, to your holy temple, to the hekal of your set apartness. Now, some critics looking at the word hekal, temple, hekal, in the Hebrew right here, the hekal. Some critics and hypercritics, they basically say that this word temple is too grandiose a word for the temporary structure, in that the ark, Ha'aron, when Dawid brought the ark to Zion and put it in a tent, right? This word hekal cannot be talking about the tent in which Dawid put the ark, but it is, right? But they would argue that this seems like a grandiose word, temple, right? For the temporary structure, in that Ha'aron, the ark, the tabot, was deposited during Dawid HaMelech, King David, Negus Dawid's reign. This word is used also later on in the Hebrew of a royal palace. In Amos, in Amos chapter 8, verse 3, used of a royal palace, Haikam, and would therefore seem to some to indicate a handsome edifice. It has to be, so some would try to dismiss it. This is a Davidic psalm because they'll zoom in on that word. Right? Haikam, that's the temple. No, study the scripture. See, in Psalm 27, the sanctuary, in Psalm 27, the sanctuary, the same temporary tent-like structure, the sanctuary is described as a Haikam, a temple in verse 3 and verse 4, as well as a tabernacle, right, in verse 5, verse 6. So that there, even from the Psalms, the Sefer Tehillim, right, it proves that the psalmster, the psalm writer, Dawid HaMelech, right, that in the psalmster, the Psalms, the term has no connotation of a stone building or even of some grandiose outer magnificence. So we see it applied even with the tent that Dawid used, right? So sometimes it's described as the Haikam, right, the temple. Sometimes it's the Ohel, right? It's the Ohel, which is a tent, a literal tent. Sometimes as the Mikdash, which is a set apart place. Sometimes as the Mishkan, which is the dwelling place of he who be who he be. But here, Be Yerateka, in the Yerat of the Ka. Better, in reverence of the eye, is a better way of bringing out instead of in thy fear, right? Better translation, reverence. See, the Hebrew Yerah, right? Yerah, sometimes that's fear, terror, fearing, awesome, in your awesomeness. Or as we have right here in these two words particularly, right? In respect, in reverence, right? So Yerah being expressive of reverential awe. In the Hebrew, Yerah is expressive of reverential awe, right? And dread in a sense, but awe, right? In connection with Yahweh Eloheinu. This is an additional reason why he contrasts himself when he says, Wa'ani. And as for Ani, Ani va'ani, I and I, Wa'ani, as for I, why he contrasts himself with those who have no place. The wicked shall not stand in thy sight, who have no place in the sanctuary, in the Mikdash, in the Haikam, in the Bait. Why? Because his heart, hartical, not artificial, but heartically is filled with humility and submission towards Yahweh Eloheinu, towards HAILE, and towards the divine mission. This verse right here, right? This verse right here, in the Slikha, this verse here. This verse, why is this verse so important? We just spend some time to bring out this verse, because this verse, this perek, right, has been appropriately selected, right, for recital, Hebraically, Judaically, even during the first century time, upon entering, right, a temple, our temple, but after the temple times, entering a moed. Moed is the Hebrew word for synagogue, the moed, right? The moed, the gathering place, the Yehudi church, right? The assembly, right? So this particular verse is the verse that is appropriately selected and appointed for recital. So in other words, when we enter into the assembly, you could say the Yehudi church, right? Saying these words here, the synagogue, Wa'ani beroba hasadeka, abo beteka, eshtachewe illa hekala kodesheka, bi yirateka. Here, bringing it here to the next to last section right here. Here we have the chet verse, the 8th verse, right? Let's bring up the 8th verse right here. So in verses 8 to 10, Tifilato. Tifilah, prayer from palal, to pray. Tifilato, his prayer for vindication. his prayer for righteousness, his prayer for being judged and the judge being innocent, being Sadiq, being righteous. Right here, here. Lead I, O Yahweh, in thy righteousness, because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face in my perception. Right? Now, interesting, the word enemies, right? We'll get to that. In the Hebrew is those who observe me, right? The word enemies is from Shara. There's a couple of different words for different type of enemies, but this type of enemy, Shara, actually means one who observes, right? You know, those who are like, what do you call it? Casing. You know, people case you. You know, like they're casing, they're watching, right? Here's the verse. Yahuwah necheni. Yahuwah necheni yabiz idkateka litma'an shorai hayashar lefanai darkeka, the eyes way. Okay, here. This verse right here. First things first. It begins, right? It's not lead me, O Yahweh, but it's Yahweh necheni. Yahweh, O he who be, who ye be. Naha ani necheni. Right? Naha ani necheni. Lead I. Naha I. What's the word naha? Guide I. Guidance. Protection. Guide I. Guidance in the sense of transport I. Right? It can be like in the sense of when they were being transported into exile, or bring I and I into the promised land. Guide I. That guidance. Yahweh necheni b'tzidkateka. In the eyes, right choiceness, righteousness, right? Tzedakah, b'tzidkateka. In the tzedakah of the eye. Right now, interesting, the word tzedakah in the Hebrew is also the word for charity or righteous giving. Tzedakah. It's also an attribute of Yahweh Eloheinu. It also can be applied to righteousness in the case, in a cause. Also in Hebrew, the tzedakah, in the more ancient times, the word righteous, right, also brings out the sense of truth, right? Vindication, justification, salvation. Also the sense of prosperity. But right here, rightness, right? Rectitude, justice, morally virtue, figuratively prosperity. But here's the key. He didn't say, lead me in my righteousness. He didn't say that. He said, Yahuwah necheni b'tzidkateka, in the eyes, right choiceness, lima'an, because of shorai, because of my shorai, those who sharar, I and I, those who are enemies, ops, opponents. But it doesn't really bring it out here, but a deeper sense studying the root of this, right? Those who are hostile to I, but also those who, as the note brings out here, those who observe I, who spy out I, who try to pre-I and I. So lead I in thy, the I righteousness. Lead I, right? Necheni b'tzidkateka, right? As thou, the I, art an El, Almighty, of right choiceness. Keep I steadfast in the right path, in the way, the truth, and the life. Why? Lim'an, because of shorai. Lim'an shorai, because of the enemies of I. In the Hebrew sense, more better, because of them that lie in wait for me. The liars in wait, shorai. Those kind of enemies, shorai. Lima'an, right? Shorai. Opposed by unscrupulous men. The ops, who are the ops? Unscrupulous man them, right? He and I might be tempted, because when you're dealing with unscrupulous people, right? Even as Dawit was dealing with the ones who were unscrupulous, he and I might be tempted to resort to their methods of self-defense. Right? Even preemptive strike. right? But here, Tifalato, his prayer is accordingly to be confirmed in his righteous ways. As it says, make thy way straight. Make thy way yashar, yashar. Make it right, make it yashar, right? Where he says, ha yashar, ha yashar. Make it yashar, lifanai, before I, in my face, in my presence, in my perception, right? Lifanai, darkeka, thy way, right? So he says, making it yashar, right? Upright, level up. In a sense, yashar is also the level up, right? Make it level up, make it even, make it straight, make it prosperous, right? Before I, lifanai, in my presence, my face, darkeka. What's the darkeka? Right there. Darkeka is the derek. Darkeka, the I way, the I road, the I path, the I well-trodden road, as it brings out here in the figurative sense of the derek, right? The way, right? As a true way of Moshiach before Christianity and all these different denominations. What did the master call it? The way, right? The way, the derek. Speaking to he, darkeka, the I's course of life, the I's mode of action. Make thy way straight, ha yashar, ha yashar. A preacher loving the difficulty, bring up yashar right there, yashar. A preacher loving the difficulty, right, in keeping Yahweh Eloheinu's way in his time of danger. This is the part we have to appreciate love too. Because here Dawid was bringing out the fact that, in this difficult time, with so many unscrupulous folks, so many enemies and friend enemies, it's really difficult it's challenging to walk this way, truth, and life. That's what it means to appreciate the difficulty of keeping Yah's way in his and in I time of danger. He here in this verse begs that it be made yashar, straight for him, i.e. level. So he's asking Yahweh to level it up. Hayashar lefanai darkeka. In other words, to level up, right? Make it straight, make it level. It's rocky, feel like doing this, feel like doing that. It's uneven. So make it straight for me to walk that path, the way, the truth, and the life in this time of danger, right? With these obstacles removed. Here we have Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 40, verse 4, for kind of a link for the Yashar, right here. Full of the verse once again. Yahuwah, necheni yabiz ikateka, lima ana shorai, hayashar lifanai, darkeka. Here, to the eighth verse. The 8th verse, the 9th verse right here, right? KJV wise. 4, no faithfulness in their mouth, them inward parts, very much ratchetness, their throats, and open sepulcher. Them flatter with them tongues. Let's hit the notes right here. Faithfulness, steadfastness, their mouth, really in the Hebrew, his mouth, that is the mouth of any of them, the mouth of all of them. And last note here, very wickedness, not just wickedness, but is wickedness, all kind of ratchetness. Here, the Hebrew, the Yehudit, ki eina befihem nekona kerabam hawota kebera patuach. Geronama leshonama yahalekun smooth. They make it smooth. Yahalekun, the sense of flattery. Yahalekun, right? They flatter. Yahalekun from halak. Halak, in one sense of the word, means to divide, share, plunder, allot, portion. But the secondary sense of this is, you see, the second entry, to be smooth, to be slippery, and therefore, speaking of, they make smooth they make smooth their tongue, right? They make their tongue real smooth, like right here. Lishonam, their lashon, lishonam, yahalekun. What do we have right here, here? Taking it from the top, where it says, no faithfulness in their mouth. The Hebrew says, ki, because, or for, because, ki, ain, right? Ain befihu, ain befihu. Okay, so we read this right here, the HGPD. That's the Hebrew that has been edited to comply with the Septuagint in some ways, but here is the Masoretic. We're going to read the Masoretic, right? So in the other one, it says befihem, where they point to the text to say their mouth. But here, the Masoretic says ki ain befihu, fi, fat, mouth, in mouth, hu, in his mouth. Ki for ain, there is not. Ki ain befihu, in his mouth. Nikona. What is nikona? So here they have the word faithfulness, but really the root word is kun, nakon. In Hebrew, when we read and sometimes we say kain achi, nakon means correct, right? Coming from the root kun, it's established, nakon, right? So when it says over here, it says nikona, ki ain befi hua nikona. There is no integrity, right? Sincerity. This is what it's bringing out. There's no firmness because the root word is kun, right? To be firm. There's no firmness, right? There's no establishedness. There's no correctness. There's no stableness, right? They be changing up. Therefore, they're not sincere. Their mouth tell you. They speak peace with their neighbors, but but evil, hurt, harm is in their hearts, right? Like elsewhere in the psalm, it says they speak with a heart and a heart, right? They speak with one heart, right? And they say one thing with one heart, and then they say something else right behind it with another heart. Here, this verse where it says they speak peace with their neighbor, but evil, hurt, harm is in their hearts. Here we have this in Psalm 28, round about the verse 2, verse 3, right? Then it speaks furthermore. It says, Kerbam Havot, or in the more ancient pointing, Kerbam Havot, Kerbam, in the Kereb of in the midst of them, Kerbam, in the midst of them, the inner part of them, in the seat of the thought, the emotion of them, in the faculty of the thought, the emotion of them, in the inward part of them, in the center of them, the inward of the innermost part of them is Havot, right? Is Havot, Hava. Some people get this confused, right? When they say about Jehovah and all that. But here we have Hawa, right? Here it means desire, but when we point it in the modern sense, Havot, doesn't sound like havoc. See, the ancient pointing, the Afro-Shemitic pointing, the more old pointing is Kerbam Hawot, right? The modern pointing in Hebrew is Kerbam Havot, sound like havoc, right? But notice, this here means desire in a bad sense. It's like a chasm, like a gulf, a gap, mind the gap. But this word, Hawa or Hava, has a sense of eagerly coveting, like rushing in, falling over. You know when somebody rush, and by rushing they fall, based on that desire that caused them to rush, leads to their ruin. So right here, it's saying, Kerbam, in the midst of them is just havoc, Havot, right, in the inward part. When they devise their schemes and the conspiracies, it is like a pit, havoc. It's like a chasm, a gap. Remember Robenu, Yeshua, he spoke about Lazarus and the man that liked to wear purple, like the purple lights, the IUIC, right? The purple light, right? And he was a rich man. And then Lazarus, that poor man, they died, and one is in the bosom of Abraham, Lazarus. And then the rich man, he's on the other side of the Sheol zone. He's in the Sheol, the Duat, the underworld, so to speak, the Sheol, and the place of nightmares, both here and there. But he is there, and there's a gap. He's like, just send Lazarus to dip his finger in some water because I'm so thirsty. I'm thirsty. He's thirsty now, right? But what did Abraham say? There's a gap. There's Havuot. There's Hava, Hava, right? There's Hava between us, Havuot. There's this gap, right? So this is a sense of them devising their schemes in the inward part of them, like a pit into which their intended victims fall to destruction. So in the midst of them is this havoc, and they hope that their potential victims, right, will fall into that inner havoc as they scheme and devise plans of bringing it out, right? Their throat is an what? An open sepulcher, right? What's sepulcher? Sepulcher, keber, kibra, right? The two forms of it, keber and kibra, right? Is the grave, is a tomb, a burying place, right? From kabar, the verb to bury, right? Wow. So in a sense, it's saying that their throat, what's the word for throat? Garon. In the Hebrew, garon. Here the verse in the Hebrew. It says keber pituach gerona. Keber, a grave, right? A burying place. Pituach, a burying place that is pituach, patach. There's an open burying place. So their throat is like an open burial place. Keber pituach geronam, their throat. Lishonam yachalekun, and their tongue is smoothness, right? So the words that they utter, they lure the unwary, right? The ones who are not being aware. Beware. Those who are not aware, right? They are unwary, right? To their doom that they have prepared, right, for them, right? So right here to the 10th verse, the Yod verse, right? The Yod verse, the 10th verse here. Remember this section here is Tefillah, his prayer for justification, his prayer for righteousness, his prayer for vindication. In the Hebrew is basically the same word. Destroy thou them, right? Destroy thou them, O Elohim, right? O judge. Remember, this is a judgment song. Make them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of them transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. Notice that Dawid, he doesn't say, well, they've been doing all this to me. He points out some things, but then he says, really contempt of court. Ha-Ashemain, Elohim, O judge. Here, bringing out the Elohim creator aspect of Yahweh, and judge aspect of Yahweh in this sense is perfect, right? Why he's calling on Elohim here instead of saying Yahweh, the covenant name. Here, this is a judgment. Ha'ashemaim Elohim Yipulu. Let them fall. They fall. Yipulu. They nafal. Let them fall. Mi mo'atzotehem. Right? By way of their mo'atzot. Mo'atzot. Let's bring this down right here. Their counsel. Mo'etza, the singular. Mo'atzot, the plural. Mo'etza. Their counsel. Right? Their device. Their purpose. Right? Their ya'at. What they counsel, they advise, what they scheme. So in other words, like let their schemes basically come on their own head. Berob. Now here use the word berob in the multitude. Remember before it was a multitude of thy loving kindness. Berob chasedeka. Now concerning the enemies, he says berob in the multitude of pishahem. Pesha, from the word pesha. Right? In the multitude of their pesha. Pishahem. Pesha means transgression, rebellion. In the multitude of their rebellion, right? Their revolt, right? They're revolting against Yah's way, truth, and life. Berob Pishaehem Hadechemo. cast them down, right? Right here. Cast them nadach. Nadach is the root word here, right? He impelled, he thrust, he drove away. But here, speaking to Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Ha-dechemo. So he's saying, berob, in the abundance of Pisha'ehem, their rebellion, their rebelliousness, their rebellion, ha-dechemo. Thrust them away, push them away, banish them, cast them out, banish them, thrust them out. The root sense of this word is nadach in ha-dechemo, right? Is to push them off. As it says, used in a great variety of application, push them off, expel them, mislead them, strike them, inflict them. Get them out of here, oh Yah. Get them out of here, oh Elohim, oh Judge. Basically, cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions. Then it seals it up, right? For they have rebelled, for they, ki maru bak, ki maru, maru from mara. Maru is saying that they have been mara. Mara is contentious. Mara, right? To be rebellious, refractory. They have been disobedient, right? Mara, right? But for the plural sense, maru, right? They have been, but see, the root of mara is actually bitter. They've been embittered. So there's an interesting connection between being embittered and becoming a rebel. Does a bitter person become a rebel? Right? To make him bitter, for they are unpleasant against the eye. They are embittered against the eye. In the figurative sense of the language, they rebel. Ki, maru, bak. They rebel, they resist. In a causative sense, they're in provocation, right? They're in provocation. So here, right? Cast them down. Let them fall by their own counsel, right? Hold them guilty. If they are condemned by Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, he who will be the judge of judges, then their plots must fall, yipalu, and punishment must overtake them. Make them fall by their own counsels. Make them fall. Yipalu, miyamo atfotehem. Make them be the cause of their own undoing by falling into the pit that they have dug for the innocent, that they have dug for Hasadik and for the Sedakim, for the righteous, the innocent ones. Cast them down, cast them out, Hadechemo, from their position of influence. All right, so even there were influential ones that fought against the Moshiach, the anointed King David, the beloved. And here he's saying, cast them down, cast them out from their positions of influence. Why? Because when they cast away from being influencers of gullible people, right, so that they cannot work their mischief, right? Why? Ki maru bak. They have rebelled against the eye. Plotting against Ha-Melech. Remember, this is a Davidic song, Mizmor Hey, Psalm 5. So plotting against Dawid Ha-Melech, David the king, plotting against Dawid the Negus, right? It's plotting against the elect of God. It's plotting against Yahweh's Moshiach, right? And this here is the Pesha. This is the Pesha. This is the rebellion, right? This is the rebellion against Yahweh Eloheinu. So rebelling against like King David is to rebel against Yahweh Eloheinu, the King of Kings. So once again, the full of this verse, Ha'ashemaim Elohim yipulua miya mo'atzotehem beroba pisha'ehem hadechem ki marubak. Here to the last and final section right here, the Yod Aleph, right, the 11th to 12th verse right here, the Yod Aleph and the Yod Beit. This section is the joy, right? After that, it's like in court. You know, when the summary statements, you know, like when you're in court or when the prosecutor or the advocate, there's a summary statement. right? And that last verse is like the summary statement. And here in the final two verses, it's the joy of Ha-Sadiq, the righteous one, even the righteous one of creation, and the joy of the Sadiqeen, the right choice ones, the righteous ones. Here, verse 11. But let me look at the Hebrew here, right? And make all those more better than the but let, and make all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Make them ever shout for joy, because thou, the eye, defendest them. Make them also that love thy name be joyful in thee, be joyful in the eye. Defendest. The Hebrew sense is for thou defendest them. The Hebrew brings out thou coverest over, right? Or the sense of the eye protectest them, right? Remember the guidance in the earlier verse, guidance and protection psalm right here, where yismechu, and yismechu, may they samach, be glad, be happy. Where yismechu, call all Jose Bach, call all Jose, the trusters of, those who are sure, the trusters of in the eye, all of those who trust and take confidence in the eye. So the Jose come from the Chasa. Chasa means to seek refuge, to flee for protection, right? Or to put trust in. Literally, the Chasa means he sought refuge. He had fled for protection. He trusted in, right? But here in the construction of Jose, right? The trusters of, the fleers for refuge of, the trusters of Jose Bach, the trusters in the eye, right? The trusters in the eye. So it's a little different order. So shall all those that take refuge in thee rejoice. A more better bringing out of the first part right here of this verse. Where yismechu, call Jose Bach, le'olam, forever, le'olam, till time indefinite, till time out of mind, le'olam yeraneinu, to time indefinite, to time out of mind, they shall shout for joy. Yeraneinu comes from the Hebrew ranan. Ranan, to overcome, right? The first entry, right? The second of the two truths, Hebrew two truths, to cry out. The sense of to shout for joy, to give a ringing cry, right? To give a ringing cry in joy, exultation. It could be in distress, but in this context here, it'll be a cry aloud of joy. Le'olam yiraneinu, where taseka aleimo, where ya'ilsu, where ya'ilsu beka o habe shemeka. So here, we'll bring out the translation like this. So shall all those that take refuge, that trust in the eye, rejoice, be happy, be glad. Where yisamichu, right? They shall ever shout for joy. They shall forever shout for joy, or the sense they shall ever. Le'olam yiranein. And thou shalt shelter them. Thou shalt shelter them. With tasek aleimo, with tasek. KJV said defendest them, covers over them with tasek. Tasek. Where's tasek? Come from sakak. Sakak, right? To hedge about. Tasek. You will block. You will block, right? You will overshadow. You will screen. Like stop the approach, right? Stopping the approach. Where tasek ale above mo, above them, right? You will almost like hedge above them, block above them, overshadow them, screen them. You will stop the approach to them. You will cover them. The sense right here in this part of the verse right here. Vitaseka alemo, vitaseka alemo, where Ya'ilsu bika, where Ya'ilsu, and let them also that love thy name, Ya'alsu, right? Let them allot. So when it says here in the Hebrew, where Ya'ilsu, it's like the alat. Alat is to rejoice. It's like like a jump for joy. Alat. Make them jump. Right? Where Ya'ilsu bika, in the eye. May they rejoice, for the sense of this rejoicing, or it's like exalting. And the exalting, as you can see right there, alat, the root word, alat, here, Ya'ilsu. They will alat, they will jump for joy. That is to say, they will exalt, bika, in the eye, right? And none other. Then the final part of the verse says, O Habe, the lovers of Shemeka, the lovers of the I Shem, even of the Hashem, right? O Habe Shemeka, O Habe Shemecha, O Habe Shemeka, the lovers. This is also they that love, O Habe, the lovers of Shemeka. So, what do we have right here? The joy of the righteous. With the overthrow of the wicked, of the Resha, the Rishaim, the ratchet ones, the defiant ones, peace and security, true shalom, will reign in the land and will reign in the earth. Hearts, heartically will overflow with joy, the samach, right, the ranan, right, the singing, the alat, the jumping for joy, right, with joy and todah and thanksgiving. And it all sums up to the last part right there where it says, make them also that love thy name be joyful. Where Ya'ilsu bika o habe shemeka. Where Ya'ilsu bika o habe shemeka. Here. Who pay allegiance to Yahweh Eloheinu, and who are faithful and seek to be faithful to his will and seek to walk his way. Here, to the final verse of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Hey. Here's the final verse right here, right? Here, the Yod Beit, 12th verse, KJV wise. For those looking at the Hebrew, you know it's the 13th verse, but here, KJV wise for the majority. For thou, Yahweh, will bless the righteous, will empower to prosper the right choice. With favor will thou compass him as a shield. Compass will crown him. Compass him will crown him as with a shield. Here, the fulfillment verse right here, the joy of the right choice, the righteous, the tzaddikim. Ki ata tebareka tzadika Yahweh ka tzina ratzona ta itreinu. Here, you will ata. You will compass atar. Right? Ta itreinu, you will surround him. You will crown. You will give a crown. For the sense of this kind of a crown is like the crown that encircles. Right? You encircle. Right? You encircle him, especially to crown, whether literally or figuratively. See, the KJV just say compass. But actually, this sense is like the crown, like to surround and to crown him as with a shield. Here. Ki ata, ki for or because, ki ata for the I, for you, for thee, speaking directly to he who be who you be. Ki ata tevarek. Ki ata tebarek. Ki ata tebarek. Ki ata tebarek. For the I and none other, ata tebarek. For the I will bless or empower to prosper, tzaddik. Here, the Sadiq, right? Here it's in the singular sense, like the righteous one. You will prosper, right? You will bless the righteous one. In the Hebrew context, this also can be taken to court in the sense of the one who gets pronounced to be innocent in the case is the Sadiq, is the righteous one. All right. So Kiata Tebarek Sadiq, Yahweh Ka Sina, for he who he be, thou will bless the righteous, he who he be. Ka Sina, like a Sina. Now here, elsewhere we have Magain. Right? Some people say the Magain David, right? But there's a Magain, right? From Magan, right? To I can say to defend, Magan, but then the Magain is the shield. Here we have the Sina, Kasina, the Sina. Now this here is the shield, but it's this kind of shield. In other words, the Magain is a smaller shield in Hebrew. There's two kinds of shields, at least two kinds in this comparison here. There's the Sina shield, and there is the Magain. Elsewhere it says that he's a Magain, right? He's a son, a Shamesh, and a Magain. He's a son and a shield, right? But the Magain there is like a smaller shield. The Sina is a larger shield, right? In fact, it is the kind of shield that protects and covers the whole body. I don't know if some of y'all watch some of these reenactments. You see how some of the Romans and other ones they had this long shield, that long shield that kind of goes around the body, right? Almost like the police, they kind of use this kind of big, broad shield. It's that kind of shield, right? So there was two kinds, right? There was a smaller shield, right? The Magain that could be attached like to the forearm, right? To the opposite arm of your dominant arm. So if you're a right-hander, you attach the Magain to your left hand. That's a smaller shield. But this Sina is a bigger shield. So it says right here, right? It says Ka Sina. Let me highlight the word right there so you can see the word. This is the last part right here. Ka Sina, like the shield, like the large, right? The large shield, right? The shield of the largest size. The ancient shield, Hebrew shield, Israelite shield that covers the whole body. Yahweh Eloheinu, he is a complete, the sense here, he is a complete protection for Ha-Sadiq, for the righteous, for the innocent one. Now, note this here, just for the seal up right here on the Sina. It says Ka Sina, like a large shield, Ratzon, favor. Ta'it-arenu, thou will compass, right? Or thou will, here we go right here, thou will compass, right? Ata, right? Ata, ta'it-arenu, you will surround him, you will crown him. You will surround him and you will crown him, right? Like a large shield, Sina, Radson. You will crown him and surround him with Radson. Let's touch on Radson. What is Radson? Radson, Milifaneka. Radson is pleasure, delight. But this word in the Hebrew also is brought out as will, as the will. Yeah, we say Yehir Radson. Cain. Yehir Radson. So when somebody's giving a baraka, some of the responses to it, like a blessing, is Cain, amen, Cain, yes, affirmative, Cain, Yehi, let it be Radson, or speaking to Yahweh directly, Cain, Yehi Radson Milifaneka, may it be favor, may it be the will from your presence in your face, right? So this word for favor also has to do Hebraically with will, right? Delight and will, right? Right, as it says right there, acceptability and will. So what do we have here? We have the shield. We have in Psalm 3, round about verse 3, verse 4, there's another shield. And over there, the shield is, I think, the Magain shield. Let's just do this right here. I'm not going to shift the screen right now, right here. But let's just check this out. Where it says right here is Wa'ata Yahuwah Magain Ba Ba'edi. But thou, Yahuwah, art a shield. Wa'ata, but the I, Yahuwah, he who be Magain. A shield, Magain Ba'edi, like a shield concerning me, a shield for me, Ba'edi. Here. Give thanks. Right here, the Hebrew outro right here. Which stuff we brought forward before, right? Let's bring forward this right here, right? Them belly full, but them hungry. Here goes that dub. Okay, here we go right here. Yes, I, Rastafari. Here. I'm just getting this on the board. There we go. Yes, I, Rastafari.
מזמור ה' למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד. אמרי האזינה אדוני בינה הגיגי. הקשיבה לכל שבעי מלכי ואלוהי כי אליך אתפלל. אדוני בוקר תשמע קולי בוקר אערוך לך ואצפן. כי לא אל חפץ רשע אתה, לא יגורך רע. לא יתייצבו הוללים לנגד עיניך, שנאת כל פועלי אוון. תאבד דוברי כזב, איש דמים ומרמה יתעב אדוני. ואני ברוב חסדך אבוא ביתך, אשתחווה אל היכל קודשך ביראתך. אדוני נחני וצדקתך למען שוררי, הישר לפני דרכך. כי אין בפיהו נכונה, קרבם אבות, קבר פתוח גרונם, לשונם יחליקון. האשימם אלוהים יפלו ממועצותיהם, ברוב פשעיהם הדיחהו. כי מרו בך וישמחו כל חוסבך, לעולם ירננו ותסך עלימו, ויעלצו בך אוהבי שמך. כי אתה תברך צדיק אדוני, קצינה רצון תעתרנו.
Yeah. Pray the eye. Prayer, tefillah right here, the palal. Hopefully we get the time to break down and build that. Give thanks, brothers and sisters and brothers right here. Coming to a fulfillment right here. Morning prayer, boker, right? Shacharit, the boker. Laila Tov, have a good night. Bashem Yeshua HaMashiach, have a good rise. Boker Tov. And here, the morning prayer. Life is in the words of the
Here it's in the eyes of the beholder. Here it's in the eyes of the beholder. And love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer. Here it's in the eyes of the beholder. And love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer. Here it's in the eyes of the beholder. And love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer. Just and Rastafari is his name.
Yes, an outro right here. What a day, what a day. Here we have the classic Loxley Castell, the wine. What a day, what a day.
Psalm 5. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, 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 shield.
מזמור למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד. אמרי האזינה אדוני בינה הגיגי. הקשיבה לכל שבעי מלכי ואלוהי כי אליך אתפלל. אדוני בוקר תשמע קולי בוקר אערוך לך ואצפה. כי לא אל חפץ רשע אתה לא יגורך רע. לא יתייצבו הוללים לנגד עיניך. שנאת כל פועלי אבן. תאבד דוברי כזב. איש דמים ומרמה יתעב אדוני. ואני ברוב חסדך אבוא ביתך. אשתחווה אל היכל קודשך ביראתך. אדוני נחני וצדקתך למען שוררי. הישר לפני דרכך כי אין בפיהו נכונה. קרבם אבות קבר פתוח גרונם לשונם יחליקון. האשימם אלוהים יפלו ממועצותיהם ברוב פשעיהם הדיחהו. תימרו בך, וישמחו כל חוסבך, לעולם ירמנו, ותסך עלמו, ויעלצו בך אוהבי שמך. כי אתה תברך צדיק אדוני, קצינה רצון תעתרנו.
Yes. Lila Tov, Lila Tov. Boker Tov. Good night, good morning, good day. Yahweh, guide the eye, keep the eye, guide the eye, protect the eye, bless the eye, prosper the eye, brothers and sisters, Chabarim, Talmudim. May he encompass and crown the eye with favor as with a shield by Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I, beloved brothers and sisters, looking forward. Shalom Chabarim, Shalom Lehitarot, till we meet again here on the ear and the iris. Yes, I. Yeshua, Shalom. Be well. Yes, I. Rastafari.